Great, thank you, Municipal Clerk. Welcome, everyone, to the November 29th Finance Committee. I'm going to call this meeting to order. And I wanted to start with the land acknowledgement. I recently found what I think is this really nifty app called Whose Land, WHOSELAND. And it actually, I'm going to show it to council. It shows a map of Canada, and you can click on where you are, and then it drills down into information about the treaty or the unceded territory that you're in, and it gives a little bit of history about how the treaty came to be and what the conditions were at the time and what some of the assumptions were. There's a whole learning section, so there's a lot that is for kids who are learning to do things like land acknowledgements, and it's age appropriate for different grades. There's one for a workplace. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of really interesting, pretty cool resources there, so no matter where you are in Canada, like if you're going to a conference and you want to give a land acknowledgement and be able to acknowledge both where you're from and also where you're currently visiting, the map really helps you to do both. So anyway, I just thought it was a really great resource. And in looking at it, it made me dig into, I was born in the States, and so to really get clear on the traditional territory in the States. I grew up in a little town of 700 people, and there was a First Nations reserve in town. So I certainly had a sense, but it was really helpful for me to go online and to really clarify where I was born and who the first people who were there. So I was born in Lower Michigan, but grew up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan in the Lac-Vieux-des-Arts Chippewa First Nation. And one of the learnings for me was that the Ojibwe people who are part of that First Nation are part of the Anishinaabe larger nation, which is one of those interesting things where the boundary of the US and Canada doesn't really apply. Those first peoples didn't have that boundary and moved all over the land. So they share a lot of the same ancestry with people from Eastern Canada. So anyway, it was just a really good learning for me. I thought I would read this little bit from the app on why land acknowledgements matter. So there's a little paragraph on the app that says, as we engage in the process of reconciliation, it is critical that land acknowledgements don't become a token gesture. They're not meant to be static, scripted statements that every person must recite in exactly the same way. They are an expression of relationship, acknowledging not just the territory someone is on, but the person's connection to that land based on knowledge that has been shared with them. So I do want to appreciate the knowledge and the learnings I had as a child, growing up with a reserve in my community and the people who taught me about their traditions, and also acknowledge the land that I am currently really privileged to live on here in Canmore. The historic region for the Stoney Nakoda, including the Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Goodstoney First Nations, the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Tsuut'ina Nation, and the Métis Region 3. And I really am humbled by the people who have come before us and appreciative of the care and stewardship they gave the land so that we all can enjoy it today. And I commit to right relations and doing my best to live in truth and reconciliation. So with that, I want to ask that we approve the agenda for this Finance Committee meeting. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor? Great, we've got Councillor McCallum, so that is unanimous. Then we're going to move to the minutes of the November 24th Finance Committee meeting. There is one change. There's a typo in motion 37. It should read, where it says 2025 operating plan, it should say 2025-2026 operating plan. So administration would like to make that correction. We also, once we get into the business of the meeting, there's one motion one motion that is a little bit more complicated than a simple typo like that. So we're going to ask council to make a change to that. So there'll be more coming around the minutes, and we'll ask you to make a new motion to fix it rather than just a typo. So, are there any other changes to the minutes as presented? Okay, if not, I'll ask that we vote to approve the minutes. All those in favor? Great, approved unanimously. Okay, for unfinished business today, we have 3 postponed motions plus any additional deliberations. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Rogers, who's going to give you some follow-up from all of the motions that you made when we were last here last Thursday on the 24th, and then she'll present those 3 postponed motions, and then it's back over to the Finance Committee for any further deliberation and direction. So Mayor Krausert is we're gonna sort of tag team chairing the meeting. It's on open mic. So Councillor McCallum, please pipe up if you're trying to raise your hand and we don't see you. We'll do our best to watch. The idea is that it's still a little bit less formal than a regular council meeting, but want to make sure that we're hearing from everybody. So definitely put your mics on and raise your hand as needed. Okay, over to you, Ms. Rogers. Thank you. I gotta move all my stuff, sorry.
All right, thank you. So as Dr. Caudle mentioned, we will be doing a review of all of the changes that were made by Finance Committee last week. And so I wanted to start with a review of the transit service enhancements. We had quite a bit of discussion about that, and as we proceed through the presentation this morning, I just wanted to make sure it's clear what's included in that enhanced requisition. So for 2023, that includes expansion of Route 3 Regional, Route 5 Weekend, and Route 5 Weekday. For 2024, it's those changes and the Grassy Lakes route that we talked about. Next slide is option 3 that we had presented to you last week. And so again, just wanted to walk through that. So you'll see the enhanced transit requisition of just over $2 million at the top. As well as our anticipated paid parking revenue. From that revenue, we're deducting paid parking program expenses, the $50,000 town center grant that we've had some discussion about, 33% of that enhanced transit requisition, and then we are left with a $41,000 transfer to the paid parking reserve. And the impact to taxes is a decrease of $113,000 after all of those changes have been made. Next slide that you have on the screen and in your presentation is an overview on the operating side of the budget of the impact of all of the changes that were made. So we start off with the decrease to the overall budget that's represented by that net change in paid parking. We have added in the Happy Pad, which we funded from economic development. And as a reminder, economic development is fully funded from Business Registry Reserve, so it always shows as a zero balance here. So there's no net impact to taxes from that Happy Pad addition. We have included as well the Affordable Services Program, which is one of the motions that we do want to make a correction on. What number is that? It's coming. Okay, so I'll get to it. It's coming. So that's $17,500 in 2023. We have added in the emergency alert notification system, $13,500 in 2023, and then an ongoing expense to operate that program of $8,500. There had been suggestion that we fund that at least $5,000 from the photo radar reserve, and we're recommending that we fund that from taxes. I've got an overview of that reserve, which I'll walk through in a moment. In reviewing what we've used that reserve for historically, while we do use it to fund safety, we have not used it ever to fund emergency management, and so we thought that that is really a different stream of work. We've also included a one-time expense for winter and summer emergency response plans. So that's the development of an emergency response plan for our vulnerable communities. Casual wages of $8,000 have been added to CSD for alternative childcare programs, and you'll see we've just made some assumptions around cost of living increases over those years, which is why that number increases slightly. Stop me at any time if you have questions. The citizen input panel was added into the budget for 2024. That was a $25,000 expense funded from taxes. Three Sisters Ice Surface is $4,000 in parks across the life of this approved budget and operating plan. Again, this is all funded from taxes where I'm showing. We've included the e-bike incentive program that was recommended for 2023 and 2024. It's funded, we're suggesting funded from the sustainability reserve, but in the operating budget for sustainability, so which is why it shows up here, but as a net zero impact to taxes because we're funding from the sustainability reserve. And so the net changes then are shown, we see a slight decrease, a decrease in all years, slight in 2024. And the revised tax increases have gone down to 12.2 in 2023, 5.7 in 2024, and 5.6 and 3.1 respectively in the plan years. Okay. Moving on to capital, there were several motions around capital. Those in purple have been incorporated in an existing capital project, so there's no net new impact there. And the first of those is the Stony Nakota Conservation Project, which we have included in the Reconciliation, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Capital Project for a value of $10,000. So again, the value is $10,000, but it's not an additional $10,000. The Property Tax Task Force was added in 2024 for $75,000. And then we moved on the utility side, the wastewater treatment plant odor control work forward a year. So the design has moved into 2023 from 2024, construction into 24 from 25. There's no net impact on the utility rates. We did rerun the model, and just moving those projects did not impact utility rates. And then finally, we have the trail signage and mapping project had a value of $25,000, and we have included that in the existing pathway connectivity capital project. Go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Rogers. Back one item,
Yes.
the odor control and design. If that project is substantially more or less than the $2 million placeholder, what happens?
We would come back to council and let you know that.
So just for clarification, if it's more, we would ask council to amend the budget. If it's less, then the money goes, we report that it's less when the project closes, and it goes back into the reserve.
Ah, that's what I was looking for.
Sorry,
Thank you.
thank you.
If I can just add to one other nuance on this slide, there is no change to the tax rate. I believe council knows that for capital, just wanted to make that explicit. So ins and outs of these budget items have no bearing on the overall tax increase.
Oh, go ahead.
For the, at 12.2%, do we know the average dollar amount per month for an average home?
We can calculate that.
Okay.
Yep. And we'll circle back to you in just a couple minutes with that.
Thank you, Rick.
My guess is $18.06.
Yes, instead of 1892. I bet you're right.
I just took this percentage
Yes.
times, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, your hawkishness.
Yes.
And Therese, I just wanted to add as well with trail signage and mapping, in including it in the existing pathway connectivity capital project in engineering, what we've done is effectively made a bit of a scope change. So we've taken out some of the bike parking on Main Street out of that scope to accommodate the trail signage and mapping. Just want to be
How
transparent
close?
on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just from Rick there, the dollar figure was 1840.
So is that with that 12.2?
What's 12.5?
So maybe I'm starting with the wrong one.
1890.
Oh, 18.9.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I use 1850. There's the difference.
That's fine.
I thought it was 1850 at 12.5.
Okay.
Okay. So moving on through the motions, Finance Committee had made motion number 44, which was recommending that council remove the fireworks permit fee from the master fee schedule. And you'll recall we did have quite a bit of discussion about this last Tuesday, including a recommendation from administration that we have some time to go back and just really work through logistically how best to do this. We would like to request that the Finance Committee rescind this motion, and instead that a member of council bring a notice of motion or a staff report to agenda review directing administration to update the fire bylaw to remove fireworks, and then to remove that from the master fee schedule. What if we remove this item from the master fee schedule first? It's actually still permitted under the fire bylaw, and so then we find ourselves in this awkward time where fireworks are permitted, but we are not able to permit them because we've removed the permitting fee. Go ahead.
But this motion doesn't do that. It recommends council consider doing that. And then, right? So,
I think what would be helpful for administration is clearer direction. So you're right, council could consider it, but this is not really a budget ask. This is a direction on fireworks. And when I re-listened to the video from the council meeting, there were a number of ideas from council. It was about not allowing any fireworks except for the 2 town events. Then we got into maybe we shouldn't even be doing them for town events. Is it pyrotech? Like there was a lot of discussion, and administration is not clear about about fireworks council would like us to bring forward. So procedurally, it would be helpful if council could define what they're looking for and bring it forward in that way, and then the master fee schedule is sort of a final detail.
So I actually like, I think it's cleaner to go the route that administration is suggesting. When we discussed last time, what I saw happening is it would come to council, and I would, if nobody else did, I would be putting some sort of a postponement on dealing with that until we, got some more information about impact, et cetera. But that's sort of a workaround way to do it. I like the idea that that an interested councillor could bring a notice of motion, and then we can get it on agenda proper. My question for administration is, do we want to deal with these as they come, and deal with that right now, or do you want to just save it up to the end?
I think deal with it now. Yeah.
I mean, I think we can work either way. If you want to do it, and if you're comfortable we can pause and have the discussion now. It's probably easier if we do these items one at a time while the conversation is fresh.
Right.
So.
So I'm happy to move that we rescind motion 44-2022 FIN. And in speaking to that, I accept the administration's advice that it would be better to deal with the fireworks question through a separate notice of motion being brought back to council being brought to council at another time.
I'm at this point not in support of rescinding. I'm not convinced that cleaner is better. I'm not sure how to define what that means. And I feel that even though this is not the preferred method, it would result in a motion arising or direction sooner than a notice of motion. But I understand that I will be losing this vote, so thank you.
Well, not necessarily. I believe we need 2/3 in order to rescind. Is that not right? So we need at least, is the math 5 then, out of 7? Okay. So we need 5 out of 7 to support the motion. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? And Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I think I am in favor of it coming back as a notice of motion. Many times you see higher levels of government through their budget remove or change either legislation or programming through the budget. It's called in some cases an omnibus. We've seen that over the years, federally and provincially. And I've never really felt that it was the most democratic way in terms of being able to have the discussion about what we think is appropriate and what we don't think is appropriate, and allowing the public to provide input on that. So I think that Councillor Faubert has great ideas with regards to this issue, as do my colleagues, and I think I would prefer to have those conversations in a more straightforward fashion than through the budget. Thank you.
Anybody else who would like to speak to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor of rescinding? And those opposed? And so that motion is carried with Councillor Faubert opposed. Okay, so thank you for that. Now
Thank you. And the next motion we'd like to speak to was with regards to the car share program. There are a number of models out there for car share programs, and each have really potentially different funding impacts. The goal we're working towards is to ascertain council support for exploring car share as an option, and then we would report back in 2023 or 2024 with a proposal for moving that forward. So at this point, we're not seeking any budget approval. There's more work for us to do, and so we're really looking for support for proceeding with investigating car share as a program and to understand what that looks like.
Okay, so I will make a motion that we direct, now do we direct, Finance Committee can direct administration on that, right? And would it be coming back to Council or Finance Committee?
Yeah, I know. All the strands. Finance Committee can direct administration. I don't think we want to come back to the Finance Committee. We want to return to Council with
Okay.
more information.
So I will
about the cost.
move that we direct administration to explore options with regards to a car share program and report back to Council. As far as timing,
I would say, I think the intent is to have a business plan or a proposal come forward to council in either 2023 or 2024. It would be part of that, likely be part of that greenhouse gas reduction incentive program that is in the operating budget for sustainability. So I would say if you said no later than end of 2023, I don't want to commit staff to a deadline without talking to them first.
okay, so no later than the end of 2023.
Yeah.
Okay, so looked into the clerk. Did you catch my motion there? There we go. And it's not on the screen. Would anybody like it on the screen? Oh. Thank you, Ms. Rogers, for us dealing with these as they go, and that way we're not having to try to catch up. Uh-oh, that which you do not like to hear from either your dentist or your barber. Yep. Yeah, so we can. So once the motion's up there, then you can ask a question. Yep, yep. Yeah. All right, so while that technical is being worked out, Councillor Graham had a question.
It was my understanding that car share programs really didn't work in towns of our size economically. Has something changed here that makes us think that this is a viable option?
Can I answer that?
Anybody can answer that.
Go ahead, Councillor McCallum.
So the suggestion that I know that engineering is looking at, and I think I've tried to repeat this a few times, but I think people aren't understanding the nuance, is it's not necessarily considered a car share like you would see with Car2Go or any of those things. You're absolutely correct, Councillor. We do not have the population or the density to support that kind of a model, but what we do have is the ability to support more of a car co-op kind of model. So all throughout the Kootenays, Revelstoke, Kimberley, Nelson, Castlegar, they have a car share program that they call a car co-op. And so that is what I believe that that engineering is going to be investigating. I've sent links to these companies for a few years now and have investigated them myself. And I think that that is what engineering is looking at, and using the word car share because that's what the majority of the public understands, as opposed to a car co-op.
And Council, thank you for that, Mrs. Councilor McCallum. And a co-op would be, I put my car into the co-op and you put your car into the co-op and the mayor can borrow your car. Is that...
No, I suggest that you go to the website. There, I can send an email out. I think I actually sent an email out a couple weeks ago, but I could be wrong. And you should maybe consider looking at their model. It's a bit more complex than that, and it differs from community to community, all slightly different. But for me to try to get into the weeds right now, you don't have the hour that I would need.
We also, this is just simply to come back with options and there's no budgetary impact whatsoever. So
agreed. This is just exploration at this point.
Yeah. All right. So we have a motion up on the screen that the Finance Committee, I'm moving that the Finance Committee direct administration to explore options with regards to a car share program and report back to council no later than the end of 2023. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, I'll walk through the motion that we wanted to correct. Motion 34 had directed administration to return with $17,500 included in the CSD, Community Social Development budget, for all 4 years of the program, of the budget, to increase participation and access to the Affordable Services Program with funding to come from taxes. The correction is that that's actually an expense only in the first year to get that expanded program up and running, not in the subsequent years of the budget. So the revised motion is on the screen there, that the Finance Committee direct administration to include $17,500 in the Community Social Development proposed 2023 operating budget to increase participation and access to Affordable Services Program with funding to come from taxes. So again, it's 1 year, not 4.
Okay, so I will move that we rescind motion 34-2022 FIN for the reasons stated by administration. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? That motion is rescinded unanimously. And so I will move that the Finance Committee direct administration to include $17,500 in the Community Social Development proposed 2023 operating budget to increase participation and access to the Affordable Services Program with funding to come from taxes. This just corrects what was, and so that we can give proper, so that the intent is more accurate. Anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next we'll move on to reserves. And we just wanted, again, to give you an overview of the impact on the reserves on the changes that we have made to date. So the first is the paid parking reserve, and we just wanted to show you kind of what our balances are and where we're coming from there. So we are anticipating a starting balance in 2023 of just over $275,000. In 2024, with the way that we have funded the transit, there's no contribution to that reserve, but again, in 2025 and beyond, we anticipate that that would pick up. We are assuming that there will likely be some changes to the program in 2025. That might be expansion, it might be fees, we don't know, but we're making some assumptions that that program will continue to expand. And then as a reminder, we are coming to you next year with a paid parking revenue allocation model, which would then address recommendations for that reserve.
Okay, thanks. Any questions?
Part of the discussion included an increase to the paid parking fee by $1 in 2023. What would that look like if we did it in 2024? Would that mean that we could increase what's going into the reserve?
Yep, we had anticipated that a $1 an hour increase in peak season would generate roughly $300,000 in revenue. So you could assume that most of that would go into the 2024.
Would that be
contribution.
something that admin would want us to do now or after the PRAM comes back?
I think that's council's decision. Yeah,
My-
raising fees wouldn't necessarily impact the allocation model.
It's an excellent question, and it is something that I think we should consider in 2024. I would like to have a year of paid parking under our belts and have a report back about that before we're considering increasing the rates. So I expect we'll have that conversation in 2024, and then if it is something that's supportable, we can move forward at that time.
All right, I will take that and put that back in my pocket.
Yeah, exactly. Great, so thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Rogers.
Yes.
Anything else? Yep.
Just as a side note, I paid $9 an hour downtown Calgary the other day for, go get my passport renewed. The e-bike incentive program, $25,000 from Sustainability Reserve. But I'm seeing a pretty healthy balance in the paid parking reserve, so maybe let's just revisit that a tad for my skull.
Sure, funding of that kind of work is really sometimes fungible. We felt that the Sustainability Reserve funds the GHG emissions reduction side of things. I mean, really, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, essentially, yeah.
There's also maybe a better fit with the sustainability
Yeah.
based on the wording of the
That's right.
reserve parameters for
Yeah.
paid parking.
Yeah,
It's, because every reserve, you have to, unless you change the terms of it, they have to be allocated in accordance with those terms. And I think it's a little bit more of a stretch out of paid parking.
Yeah,
I would also add, sorry, the Sustainability Reserve was really created as kind of an incubator space for initiatives like this, where we can look at reducing greenhouse gas emissions and addressing climate action. So to me, it's well suited to the Sustainability Reserve. If it turns into a program that we would want to see endure past the 2 years, we could look for another funding source at that point if we thought that would be a better fit. But I think as a pilot, it absolutely, to me, aligns quite well with the purpose of the Sustainability Reserve.
Thank you.
I think Ms. Rogers is looking, but I believe the language of the paid parking reserve is around transit and the zones where paid parking is applied.
Yeah.
correct. And the Sustainability Reserve to fund programs and projects to finance and promote energy efficiency, greenhouse gas reduction measures, and climate adaptation, which is where we thought it fit better in that reserve. Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that clarification.
Do we need a motion to change where the money comes from?
Well, I didn't hear it change.
No.
And no, typically, Finance Committee or Council don't get to that level of detail from funding, but we have funded it from the Sustainability Reserve, and I think I'm hearing or seeing nods that that makes sense. Okay. Thank you. Great discussion. Next is the photo radar reserve. We do have operating funding that we draw from this reserve to help offset the cost of 1.5 RCMP officers. That's the line that you see under operating funding. And then we also have in 2023 a $100,000 draw for capital, and that is to help support the transportation safety and accessibility work. We did want to point out that this reserve is not sustainable over the long term. A couple of things happening here, and we're really suggesting that we need to wean ourselves off relying on this reserve, particularly for operating expenses. You can see over the years that we are actually drawing more for the RCMP support than we're contributing to the reserve. And at the end of this 2028 timeframe, we're anticipating about a $30,000 balance in that reserve. We are also at the same time expecting photo radar revenue, oh my God, that's the new task force. Anticipating photo radar revenue to continue to decline for a couple of reasons. One, starting in the new year, we are required to sign all of our vehicles. And the areas that we can have photo radar set up are also reducing. And we have seen with the, a couple of years ago, the province taking an increased share of that photo radar revenue. So there's great uncertainty with where that revenue picture is going to go over the coming years. And so we are suggesting limiting funding from that source because it's not a reliable and sustainable source of funding. Go ahead.
I think I'll also add that if we did go to 30 kilometers an hour, we pretty much removed the photo radar program. Is that true?
There'd be an impact, certainly. We haven't quantified whether or not we'd lose all.
We would lose everything but school zones and playground zones, which would be just fine by me. Okay. And the signage, we're not wrapping that vehicle. We are putting actual signs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry if I used the wrong technical term.
Just wanted to clarify.
Not my area.
There is a change coming to
Yes.
what the vehicles are intended to be more easily noticeable.
Excellent.
I don't know
Just,
exactly what that is.
just to clarify, movement to 30 kilometers an hour is not necessary for all roads within Canmore. It's mostly residential, correct? And downtown.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's primarily residential, so
Yeah.
there would
still be some primary roads that are still 50 kilometers an hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just as well, we didn't recommend it for this budget because of where the budget came in. If things trend as they are, we can anticipate that in 2025, administration will be recommending that we start to phase in paying for that 1.5 officer from taxes due to the lack of potential sustainability of this reserve. So also just flagging it, I mean, I know you're serious, Councillor Graham, when you say you'd be fine when we get rid of photo radar, but it will mean until the transition happens that it will lead to an increase in taxes to maintain service.
Is there what is the tipping point to going to traditional RCMP fines for speeding? Like, we take 100% of that revenue, or we take a larger portion of that revenue. We don't get any of that revenue.
It's the same.
That revenue would
It's
support.
a provincial ticket, so I believe it's the same model.
I'd have to confirm that it is in fact the same. What I would say is that I do think coming up here, there'll be additional discussion with council regarding traffic safety strategies. And so I might save that discussion for that time.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, next, we just wanted to show you the high-level picture. Oops, sorry, I had turned it off.
Yeah.
Apologies. High-level picture of the sustainability reserve. Again, on the operating side, you see the $25,000 in 2023. That reflects the e-bike program. That's both in 23 and 24. And my mind just went blank for the 200,000. Oh yeah, greenhouse.
GHG emission.
GHG program. And then we have some capital projects that we funded from that reserve as well. What's not reflected here in this reserve is how contributions will increase if council chooses to approve the review of the revised franchise fee model, because that we do get contributions to this reserve from our franchise fees. Okay, next is, we had three motions that were postponed that needed more discussion. The first of those is the franchise fees. So administration had recommended to the Finance Committee, setting the 2024 Fortis franchise fees at 16%, and 2024 ATCO franchise fees at 35 until we reach the capital. And I just realized it doesn't have the 2% increase. We're also, okay,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that each of these are dealt with in their
yeah.
own section.
They are.
Okay.
So just as an overview, we'll have some more discussion about the community evaluator. That's motion 38. And then motion 51 around the universal public washroom study. So first on that list was franchise fees. So the motion that was postponed at Finance Committee was this recommendation for setting Fortis at 16 and ATCO at 35 until budget deliberations. And so we had done that presentation for you at the first committee meeting, and we're now at the, or second, I guess, and we're now in the deliberation stage. The alternative that we'd like to suggest, which we had reviewed at that time, was that we set franchise fees for Fortis in 2024 to 16%, and thereafter a 2% increase every other year until that maximum fee of 20% is reached, which we're anticipating would be in 2030, and then that the ATCO franchise fees would go to the maximum of 35% in 2024. We've included an illustrative example here to show you in 2023. There's no changes proposed to the franchise fees themselves. However, our revenue from that stream goes up based on usage. And then in 2024, Ms. Biswas has included that assumption of 16% on the Fortis side and 35% on the ATCO side. And then you can see the impact to revenue from those changes. Happy to answer questions if there are any.
Just procedurally, I'm thinking that, so this was a postponed motion. I don't want to defeat that. What I would probably want to do is just amend that. And so move an amendment to adopt new wording as set out there, because it's essentially the same motion with an addition around the 2%. Does that sound?
Yes. And Ms. Rogers, you might want to put up the, yep, there we go. You're talking about this first bullet, that you would add in this language about the 2% increase every other year until maximum fees are permissible. You would be adding that language to the
Yeah.
postponed motion.
Yeah, comma, and increase, a 2% increase every other year until maximum fees permissible. Yeah, I would just insert into the original motion that portion. Okay, does that works? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Who moved that original motion? Would that have been me?
The postponement?
Or no, who, the motion was on the table, who moved it originally? Would that have been me?
It might have been me.
Or might have been you? All right, so, yeah, so it's open for anyone to really amend it, so,
Absolutely.
okay.
Quick
Yeah.
question, would this then turn it into a split motion with 2 votes?
We can deal with it in 2 votes, or we can take the original and I'll just insert that. So if there's,
That's
is
the
there
original.
appetite on the Finance Committee to deal with them as a split?
I'm in support of both motions.
Okay, so you're, I'm not seeing anybody who would want to deal with them split. So what I would do is, if we can go to the original motion, and then, so now this is back on the table, and I will move an amendment to insert right after 16%, put comma, and a 2% increase every other year until the maximum fees permissible of 20% is achieved in 2030, comma, And then it continues with, and 2024 ATCO franchise fees at 35%. Okay? So just to be clear, dealing with the Fortis franchise fees, right after 16%, it'll be comma, and a 2% increase every other year until the maximum fees permissible of 20% is achieved in 2030, comma, and 2024 ATCO franchise fees at 35%.
And then probably period there, because we don't need the last bit of that, because that's just talking about bringing it back today, so we don't need that
Oh, yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, and then a period at 35, after 35%. And remove until Finance Committee budget deliberations. Right, okay.
That's okay. Take your time.
Just looking to council, does everybody understand what's on the table?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, he did.
So I
Yeah,
will,
it's okay.
anybody
did.
want to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Oh.
We'll wait till it's up.
Do you want it on the screen?
I think everybody understands it because they have it right in front of them, but it's in process, so let's get it on the screen, yeah. Okay,
Yeah. We're not quite there yet.
to cancel to set the 24 franchise fee at
And then we need
16%,
this
24.
Up until here, until 35%.
Okay. Yeah,
You know, Cheryl, I think council's clear.
yeah,
We can work with you to get the,
Yeah.
it's really just a cut and paste, but as long as, is everybody on council
Yeah.
clear?
Yes.
We can help you? Yeah.
so I will then call the question on the amending motion. And so all of those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now returning to the main motion as amended, which reads, the Finance Committee, recommend to council to set the 2024 franchise fees at 16%, comma, and a 2% increase every other year until the maximum fees permissible of 20% is achieved in 2030, comma, and 2024 ATCO franchise fees at 35%, period. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Faubert?
I'm going to speak in favor of this motion, and I know that there may be some who disagree with maximizing our ability to charge fees on these two utilities, but I think it's really important that the community understand we have very limited abilities to bring in revenue. And this fee is based on consumption. And the money that we collect, we have dedicated to using towards sustainability and climate change initiatives. I think that makes this very supportable. And then I really appreciate the perspective of Ms. Bizwas that's brought forward around some of the properties in our community that we cannot tax in terms of properties. We can take franchise fees from them. So I appreciate that, and I will be voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Faubert. And I would agree with that and add, it also then enhances what we can do in our sustainability reserves as well. And that allows us to take further action towards greenhouse gas reductions. Any other comments on the motion? Councillor Hillstead?
I will also support this. Another piece, which, sorry, we touched on, but it also increases our asset rehabilitation reserve transfers, which are usually the first thing to get cut by council over the last few years and prior. So it's one way to increase that reserve, which we need to, because we have a lot of assets and they all need to get work done at some point. So
Excellent point as well. Any other comments on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
On to the next one.
Next one is the community evaluator, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Mackay to walk you through that.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Well, the community evaluator position, I'm happy to speak a little bit more about the road to the concept of a community evaluator, which hasn't necessarily been a straight one. And so as a reminder, in 2019, there was an observed pattern of more individuals living in their vehicles in Canmore, and a position was created or resource provided where a seasonal outreach worker went out to better understand this pattern and what might be an appropriate response from the municipality. That informed the approval of the Safe Park program and a part-time seasonal position in 2020. The program was then paused as the pandemic hit. And then we moved into 2021, where as part of the municipality's pandemic response, a housing evaluator position was created. And that position was also tasked with the management of the Safe Park program, as well as addressing how the pandemic was impacting housing and related issues within the community. 2022, the housing evaluator was extended and supported the second year of the Safe Park pilot. Parallel to that, during the housing workshop held with council, administration took, I guess, away from that discussion, but there was a desire from council for, I guess, a provision of some support and services to help address, to support organizations that are working to address homelessness or unstable housing within the community. And in many ways, that was aligned nicely with the housing evaluator's work plan. So in addition to managing the Safe Park pilot and evaluating it, there was a service needs assessment conducted, homelessness point-in-time count, and support provided to the Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley. Given, I guess, all the changes and fluxes in workload, combined with a lower than anticipated participation level in the Safe Park program, this created some capacity within the housing evaluator position, and as such, they were able to take on some what I would classify as enhanced services, which certainly have value associated with them. So in addition, this position was able to complete a child care assessment, which will be presented to the council shortly, support the assessment and review of the Affordable Services Program, and provide some support in finalizing the 2022 living wage calculation.
Mr. Mackay, has the 2022 living wage not already been reported?
It has been, and there will be a presentation to council coming up. So the information is available publicly, but
Right.
It hasn't been presented to council for Q&A.
Okay, thank you.
Pardon? Okay. Another opportunity for enhanced service that could come with a housing evaluator, community evaluator type position is to increase the capacity within community social development to apply for grants or support organizations in submitting grant applications to fund work that benefits the community in a variety of ways. And so that brings me towards the direction that's required for administration here. Administration sees a few different options, certainly regarding Safe Park, and as such, the housing evaluator / community evaluator position that has been largely tied to it over the past few years. So the Finance Committee could suggest that we end the program, which would be a status quo budget, where the Safe Park program wouldn't be provided in 2023. Could also recommend that the pilot continue for another year, in which case $50,000 in funding would be added to the operational budget, tax supported. Through some of the discussion around Safe Park, there's also been suggestions from council that potentially a larger revamp of the Safe Park program may be desired. And so exactly what that could look like, admin could return with a revised program designed to support largely seasonal employees with accommodation. And we've put a placeholder in there for $50K for that as well. We could also continue the Safe Park program or a similar program into the foreseeable future. If that were to occur, there's a choice here where for $50,000 per year, a part-time housing evaluator could do the work as was scoped previously, or there could be those enhanced services that we went over just a few slides ago, additional assessment and evaluation of community indicators, and support for grant opportunities, both to fund municipal programs as well as for external groups who are looking to do work that is aligned. And here are the two options and the resulting impacts on taxes. I will just note the community evaluator is a $71K net because there are some contracted services that would be reduced as those services would be moved in-house and that work completed by a full-time community evaluator.
Great. Any questions before we move back to the postponed motion?
Mr. McKay?
I think I saw Councillor Faubert and then Councillor Moore.
So would both, so say for, we were looking at return, like a revised program, a not Safe Park as it is, would it be option 2? Or could it, yeah.
Yes, I mean, I would suggest with that one that option 1 would likely be more fitting, and I say that.
It could be either.
Yeah.
I think council, sorry to interrupt, but
No, no.
council could have it be, if you want the community evaluator, you can also give us direction to revise Safe Park. Or if you don't want the community evaluator, but you want to revise Safe Park, you can give it, so it fits in both.
I would like a community evaluator and a revised program. That's where I'm at.
So what I'm going to be suggesting is process, and I'm actually going to flip it, after we've asked questions, I'm going to flip it over to you, because it was your original motion, and to speak to it. And if you would like to then
Change it, yeah.
amend, you could do that, because we've never voted on it, so you could amend your motion, and then we will debate that motion, and whatever the result of that is will be, and if it's defeated and then anybody wanted to raise something else, they could then do that at that time. Okay? So let's...
Thank you.
Yeah, so let's continue with any other questions. Councillor Mock.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. So this option 1 at 12.4% and the option 2 at 12.5%, is that coming off of the original sheet that we did earlier in the presentation today where we were at 12.2? Okay, thank you.
I'll just confirm, but yeah.
Other questions before we go to the... Yeah, Councillor Hillstead.
Now, I don't know if either, like, if we decided to go with the status quo budget and end the Safe Park program, but we still wanted the community evaluator position to fulfill other things outside of the Safe Park program, do those two options actually fit that? Is that just the option 2 then, just the community evaluator? Or would that actually de-scope their work and maybe it goes to a part-time community evaluator? Like, just, that's my issue right now, is like, I see the value in the community evaluator, the Safe Park program with how it currently is. which there's that other option to look at a different style of program, but that's where I'm stuck right now, is that Safe Park didn't hit the mark for me last 2 seasons. And so continuing to put $50,000 to, which we could use elsewhere to maybe get a better outcome, is where I'm stuck. But again, I see the value in the community evaluator for the other things like the grant writing, everything else. So just how does that shape out?
Sure, I appreciate that question. Shakeout, when you say that, shakeout as far as the dollar value is concerned?
Yeah, for the, like, does it shake out to that the community evaluator position becomes a part-time position, or just a different full-time position? They have different roles, because again, I'm assuming the Safe Park program is a large chunk of their portfolio, so if that's removed, what does that look like?
Sure, I mean, we could provide both options between the part-time and the full-time in that scenario. What I will say around that is the $71,000 net includes approximately $16,000 for supplies and services associated with the Safe Park program. So the tax impact would go down.
But I
slightly.
think also, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mackay, without, if what you're saying, Councillor Hillstead, is no Safe Park program at all of any kind, the community evaluator is not a full-time position.
Yeah.
Certainly, we could hire someone and they could find work to do, but in terms of how we've scoped it and brought it forward to council, if there's no Safe Park, it would likely be a part-time position, and we would need to go and figure that out and redo the math and figure out a budget amount. If what you want is where Councillor Faubert was going, which was the full 71,000 and Safe Park 2.0 or revised, which is also what I maybe heard you saying in terms of it didn't meet the mark and maybe there's something else, that to do that revision work does require a person, and so then it would be within the community evaluator and the full 71. But if you just wanted to basically say, no more Safe Park, we're ending that, and we're not looking at something new, then the scope of the community evaluator position changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good questions.
What are the ideas around Safe Park 2.0? What sort of revisions could we make that would make this program more effective?
There was a few revisions suggested when the Safe Park, I guess, assessment was presented to council. The program really was around shrinking it to specific lots, reducing the capacity. I would say we would return with, I would say, a more wholesale change to it. Maybe parking lots in specific areas isn't the service to be provided. We need to look into that further and bring it back.
So just to clarify there, administration did give council an update on the Safe Park program with our recommendations in November or October, I can't remember, but this fall. But what I've been hearing from council is that they would like a wholesale change and a different approach. So we haven't done that work yet. And if that's your question of what is 2.0, a complete revision look like, what administration had done is evaluated the program so far and recommended tweaks and minor changes to the program. What I hear some of council asking about is something fundamentally different. And if it's a fundamentally different thing, we don't know yet what that is.
Thank you. Just think if I've got a follow-up here. Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Mackay, is there a possibility that this community evaluator position can be a one-year position to see how it goes? Or is it an expectation that it would be a continually ongoing thing?
I mean, we could certainly do it as a one-year position, as a pilot. We need to do a little bit of work just to confirm what the strategy would be there around moving what's been contracted out, the services that have been contracted out previously, into this position, if that would make sense, if it were just a term position.
Okay.
But that's certainly an option.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just curious about do you have a dollar figure on our contracted services?
It's the $25,000 that's those contracted services support the community monitoring report.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so really good questions. I'm not exactly sure where this is going to land, but I'm going to flip it over to Councillor Faubert. I just want to, first of all, before you add anything about Safe Park, the motion that is now on the table would be, yeah, it should be different than that, because it's not going to, it's going to be,
Turn to the Finance Committee, which is what we're doing now. So it would be to establish a community
Yes.
evaluator position to be funded from taxes in the 2023 operating budget. Yeah, there you go.
there you go.
Yep.
Just for clarification on the direction here, that is a 1 year.
No, they have to give us that direction.
Right.
This direction right now would establish it in all of the budgets going forward. It would be added in 2023 and it would continue. So if this is the motion that was postponed, the one that's on the screen. So council can amend that to include a revision to Safe Park and to make it a 1-year pilot. Those are amendments that would need to be made from here.
Right, so I looked at Councillor Faubert. First of all, it's your motion, so what changes would you like to see so that it's now the motion that you would like to have debated?
Is Madam Clerk ready? Is Cheryl ready? Oh, could we put a 1 year in front of community evaluator position? And then a second sentence at the end, and that administration return with recommended changes to the Safe Park program? Does that get us?
Yeah. With Remick,
Or
yeah.
with
well, let's- yeah, remove the,
recommendations
with-
to change?
or with recommended changes to the Safe Park
Yeah.
program.
It could be with recommendations to change.
There we go. Okay, so just before we move forward, so.
I have a question when we have a chance.
Is this
Sure.
an amendment to my motion?
No, so this is, so now this is the mover, we've never voted on it, so the mover has basically adopted or reworded the motion, and so now it includes, it's a 1-year position, funded in 2023, and return with recommendations to change Safe Park. So that's the motion on the table. Okay, so let's open up to, there's some questions that are arising from that. Councillor McCallum?
Thank you. And thank you for this amendment, Councillor Faubert. I'm curious, is the changes, some of the changes that you're looking for about higher impact or a higher level of service, that's not the right word, serving more people basically is what I would like to see happen in the Safe Park program. And I'm wondering if that might need to be directed, like what kind of outcomes we're looking for. That would be an outcome that I am looking for. Is that something that you think should be included in the motion, or should that be left out?
Can I, while you think about that, Councillor Faubert, if I could make a suggestion? I appreciate the question, Councillor McCallum, because I do think administration will need some guidance from council on what a successful program looks like, but I'm not sure we want to develop that on the fly at the Finance Committee.
Okay.
So what I might suggest that we do, if this motion were to be successful, is that we actually schedule a workshop in the new year for an hour or two with council to really, we might even be able to do it at a committee of the whole meeting, I don't know. But to really hear from council, like, you know, if you want some version of the Safe Park program, but what are the changes that you'd like to see? What are the outcomes you'd desire? And we could get a bit more direction in that kind of way, and then we could go away and do the work on upgrading the program, instead of trying to capture the exact right words and all of your wishes and desires in this Finance Committee meeting.
Ms. Rogers?
That's totally cool. I just wanted to make sure, I just wanted to question whether this was the space to insert
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
that clarity. That's okay, thanks.
Thank you. I would just ask if we could include the amount in the motion, just so it's clear,
Right.
because we've had two different amounts showing.
The 71, 1 year, wherever that should go.
After position,
Yeah.
yep. Yep,
I tried really hard to write my motions in advance well. I have failed.
no, it's fine. Well, circumstances have changed too, because we've had further information. All right, any other questions before we get to debating? Yep.
I think my question is answered in the 71,000. I didn't know if it had to be full-time or part-time written in the motion. No? Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions before?
One here.
Yep.
Do we need a time frame on the return to, with these recommendations?
Operationally, we'll need to be ready to go in the spring, so it'll be the first order of business. So I think administratively, we're okay. I was even just thinking, I was writing notes here, we could hold a workshop, or we could just even send a survey to council. I think we can leave it with staff, but they know that they'll need to have a program up and ready in the spring, because that's when, you know, it's a summer program. So I think we're okay.
Okay.
Staffing-wise, we're prepared to hire that quickly as well?
We have someone already in the position, and so it'll be a question for that person if they'd like to continue. And if not, then we'll figure it out.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, did you have a question?
Yes. Can I ask a question to admin before?
Sure.
Okay. Well, one of the parts that I do find intriguing about the community evaluator position is this potential to apply for grant funding. Because it says currently CSD's got limited capacity to apply for grant funding. Could you give me some sense of magnitude of the sort of grants that we haven't been able to apply towards, if this position could help unlock into that? That's a hard question, I understand, but I was just curious.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to speak off the cuff on that one, but I could certainly bring that back. I mean, the application is one thing, and being successful
Absolutely.
is another, certainly.
Let the record be shown that Mr. Mackay hesitates to articulate for fear of deviation from the true paths of rectitude.
Thank you, Your Hawkishness.
Will that be in the minutes? I don't want to lead you astray, is really what it comes down to.
I do think it's important to note, CSD does currently apply for and is successful for some grants. This is really about increasing that capacity, but yeah, I think he's wise to be reluctant to say what that might result in.
Yep,
Yeah.
fair enough.
But writing grants, reporting on grants, even understanding and sourcing grants is fairly cumbersome.
Thank you.
So with this, I'm just wondering if we need to have the amount for the safe park in there, just because right now this just says term with recommendations, doesn't actually say anything about funding the safe park program, which the status quo budget doesn't currently fund. So just curious if that needs to be tweaked in there, like it just say return with recommendation change safe park program of X dollar amount, just because technically we don't have one unless we pass it, and this is just recommending changes, not recommending. So that's, I'm just.
My understanding from the presentation is that 71,000 includes, 71,000 net includes the funding of the Safe Park program up to what was the 50,000 mark, including time and materials and stuff. And so I think we can rely upon the materials that we've been provided.
That's correct.
Great, thank you. Councillor Graham, did you have another question?
I have forgotten my question.
Okay. All right, so let's move to debate. So first of all, the mover speaking to your motion, and then we'll go from
I remember my question. Grant writing, would that be just for this department, or is this for the organization?
I would say, this department.
Okay, just making sure.
And potentially supporting external groups that do work that would otherwise be required by our resources.
Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I see a lot of value in the community evaluator position with or without Safe Park. And therefore, I'm in favor of moving forward with that role. In terms of Safe Park, I think one of the biggest challenges that comes with this type of program is that it's actually cheaper to just house people properly. And that when we have to put in, I believe we've lost Councillor McCallum on the screen. But anyways, okay.
I'm here, don't worry.
Okay. When we have to create programs to this type of programming that's a stopgap and is trying to provide a different type of housing to prevent a worse scenario for people, it costs more. And I don't believe it should fall on our shoulders jurisdictionally, but it does because it's happening in our community. I think at the same time, Safe Park has the potential to meet the needs of a very specific group of people living and working in our community seasonally. And I'd like to see the time and money invested in getting to a better program instead of leaving it now. I think that pretty much sums up what I got to say.
So, others that would like to speak to the motion? Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
If people need time, we could take a bathroom break.
Yeah, I think that that's a good suggestion, actually. Let's return at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay. Recess till 11. Okay, we're back?
We're back.
Great, thank you. Okay, so there's a motion on the table. Councillor Faubert has spoken to it. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor
Can
Merrill.
I ask a question, or do I have to speak to the motion at the
Well, you
moment?
can ask a question. during the
Okay, I
break.
just have a question regarding subsequent years of the housing evaluator position. And is there a line item now for evaluation, community evaluation?
The community monitoring report
Monitoring.
contracted services. 20
Services, yes, that's like I asked for, yeah.
And that's existed for many, many years, so it's part of the status quo budget. It would remain in 2024.
Okay.
So that would make 96,000 for evaluate, no.
No, because the contracted services would be reduced as the community evaluator position would take on the work otherwise contracted out.
But it doesn't change in the budget, right? The 25,000 doesn't come out of the budget.
Well, we would reduce it in 2023.
If I could add in, we're using the $25,000 in contracted services to help offset the payroll cost of this
Yeah.
position in the first year. And then the subsequent years, the status quo budget still has that $25,000 in
Right.
contracted services. So if this position doesn't continue, we would still do the community evaluation work with contracted services. And so that stays in the budget for 24, 25, 26, and could be reevaluated next year. Yeah.
Thank you.
Does that answer the question? Yeah.
Councillor Faubert, did you have something arising from that, or no?
And I think because what this is a one-year position, then the budget amendment process next year
Yeah.
would create the opportunity to discuss whether we saw the results we wanted to see with the work in this role, and if we wanted that to continue.
So I am leaning towards supporting this, because again, I think the evaluator position is important. The safe park is where I'm stuck on, but I'm open to seeing some change, and if we can get to where, once that's all determined later, but if we can get to the outcome that we'd like. So with the way it's worded right now, I can support it just because, again, the position itself, doing the other work, including this work, is important work. It's just, again, just nailing down the Safe Park program is my biggest concern right now, just because currently it's just not going the way I would like it to go with how much it costs to run and the limited amount of people it's actually serving. I feel there might be better options with that money to serve more people, but I'm willing to give it another chance for the time being, so I will probably support this at the moment.
So Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can support this. I appreciate the 1 year attached to the community evaluator position. And I would like to give us the opportunity to make some changes to the Safe Park that perhaps will address some of the concerns I have with regards to the amount of people that we're serving. You know, the alternative of not having a Safe Park program is basically going back to what it was before, where people don't have an opportunity, who happen to live in their vehicles, don't have an opportunity to park safely in the community or park legally overnight in the community. And this program provides that avenue. So as much as I don't think that what we've had going has been the solution, I think that there might be a solution to the Safe Park program, and I'm hoping that with 1 more year and less pressure from the pandemic, administration might be able to come up with those ideas to bring that forward. So I'll be supporting this.
I'll also support this motion. I think that the changes definitely including recommendations with regards to the Safe Park program being revised, it was important for me. I do, as Councillor Hillstead spoke to, I appreciate all of the rest of the scope of that position as well. Yeah, and so for reasons spoken to by others, I will support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion before opportunity for closing? Councillor Graham?
I'm going to make my mind up right now, I think. I'm struggling with this one a lot. The Safe Park program for the past 2 years, we haven't got good value for. I think we all would agree with that. The added scope, the grant funding, the community evaluator positions, I do appreciate that as well. I will be supporting this with a hawkish eye for next year. If this program doesn't turn around, I don't think it's something that I can continue to support in the future. I will reservedly support this for this year.
Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I struggle with this one a lot. I think looking at the Safe Park program the last couple of years, the level of performance or intent behind it didn't quite have the degree of effectiveness that I was looking for. So yeah, I do struggle a bit, and so that's a huge part. I'm going to look very closely at it if this position was to be approved. From the community evaluator side piece, I have my fingers crossed that the additional scope of that position, especially with the grant funding, proves to be fruitful and justify the cost of that additional resource if we were to go there. And so those are my two parts of that. Significant reservations of Safe Park, hoping if there is a Safe Park 2.0, there's a different level of impact, and hoping for a lot of impact from the additional scope of the community evaluator position for fundraising. Thank you.
Councillor Mara?
Thank you, Your Worship. I too was flipping back and forth with this. I think part of it was some of us had different expectations for the Safe Park program. Not that we don't appreciate what was put into it and the thought process. And the process, it just wasn't where we thought, or has helped as many people as what I thought it might help. I'm leaning towards supporting this, knowing that the $25,000 for the community evaluation will be part of this wage. The only thing I was struggling with, I know we've added money to affordable services, the Happy Pad, assessment or alternate child care. Sometimes I think that some of that money, this money, might have been better to serve those programs, but I think this position will also help us maybe acquire some grants and maybe look at areas we can put some of this money and maybe develop a better Safe Park program. So for the moment, I think I'm going to be supporting this for a one-year term, which I appreciate being brought forward, because then it allows us to see if we're going in the direction we want to go in. So thank you.
Councillor Ma, before turning to Councillor Faubert.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank Councillor Faubert for putting in the amendment piece towards having this as a one-year position, as a pilot to trial and see how it goes. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Faubert to close.
I'm really grateful for all the thought that everyone has put into how we proceed on this issue in particular in our community. And I think we all see value in the community evaluator position, but we would like to see better value in the Safe Park program. And the fact that we'll see recommendations come forward prior to that program returning means we have an opportunity at that point to make a different decision if we're not able to find, right? Because I feel like that would be an opportunity to, if we didn't find solutions to create a better program, an opportunity to perhaps make a different decision. But I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So then there's one other postponed motion, and was there something that you wanted to speak to in that regard?
Nothing to speak to. I think this was more debate and discussion for Finance Committee.
Great, thank you. So with that, I'm going to flip it over to Councillor Faubert. So it was her motion,
So,
and I understand that you wanted to revise the wording.
yes, I've provided Madam Clerk with a different motion that reads that the Finance Committee move the capital project universal washroom study to 2024 and direct administration to return during the 2024 budget update with estimated future capital costs in the 2025 to 2026 capital plan. And the reason why I'd like to change to this motion is I felt like I was stuck between principles and pragmatism last time, where I really wanted to see in the budget what this study could potentially lead to in terms of a capital budget cost. But the principle of doing the work aligns with everything I believe in. And so the original motion I put forward would have abandoned the principles in order for pragmatism. And I feel like this gets both, because the washroom study is still in the capital budget, albeit a year later. And we, at that point, in a year from now, we would have a better understanding of what those potential future costs could be. I don't know if that's something that administration feels they could do prior to council approving the budget for 2023. I'd be open to that. But this keeps the project and asks for the additional information that I would like to have in order to support it, if that makes sense.
Can I just, we can't actually do this. We need the study in order to give estimated future capital costs. So the point of the study is that I know it seems simple to just change a washroom and make it universal, but the little bit of research we've done indicates that it's complicated, and there are a host of things to think about and to do thoughtfully and well. So the point of the study would be to look at our existing facilities and make recommendations of what ones have the potential for future renovations, which we then could cost. But we can't come up with the cost without the study because we don't know.
I would just add to that as well. Part of the purpose of the study is to prioritize which washrooms we should be addressing first, and part of that prioritization would involve assessing the costs, because we do expect that each of the heated washrooms will have a different cost associated with making it a universal washroom. So without doing the study, we can't even come back to say what those future capital costs would be. A, because we don't know them. B, because we don't know where we would be going first, because we haven't done the study.
What we could do is the study in 2024, and then it would come back to council as part of the 2025-2026 budget process. So it wouldn't be in 2024 as per this motion, Councillor Faubert, but we could have it as part of the 2025-2026 budget process. We would expect to have some information at that time for the capital budget.
Well, and that's why I use the word estimated. And I know that it's so we can't even estimate, we can't even put a placeholder, there's nothing that we can do to predict any amount of money that we might be spending in a future budget on this.
If we were comfortable doing that, we would have put it into the capital plan. So there are, even when we are unsure, when we put holds in a capital budget, we usually can make an educated guess. We need the study in order to be able to do that.
All right, so I'd ask Councillor Faubert, based on the feedback from administration, is there any changes to your motion that you would like to make? And it's not necessary.
Just to end it at 2024.
Okay.
Put it out a year.
Okay. All right. And is there anything further you'd like to say as opening remarks?
We have a lot of work in 2023 towards some of our values and goals around around equity, diversity, and inclusion. By moving this out a year, I think it puts some of that work into the next year, in case not all the work, right? There's a lot. There's a lot in 2023 capital budget and less in 2024. So I know this doesn't change taxes, and I'm just really disappointed that we can't understand the future capital implications of this project, and that, we spend this money not knowing, because if it comes back and the price tag is massive, and we're not in support of it, then we spent money on a study that does nothing.
Just speaking to the motion, and I appreciate, first of all, I'd like to say I appreciate that you reflected upon the discussion was had and made some alterations. That's very much appreciated. I'm actually happy for this to go ahead in 2023. Sometimes, it does cost money, whether it's in-house or hiring someone to assess different situations. And this particular situation, I think, as I've mentioned before, this is about inclusivity, and it was recommended by administration to be in 2023. And so I'm happy for it to continue upon that timeline. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Mera.
Thank you. I will support this, just for the main reason of what Councillor Faubert said, as in what we see coming down the pipe for projects to be done. Moving it 1 year, I don't think will make that significant of a difference, but knowing in 2024 it would come forward, and knowing that we would have some possible financial estimates for these for the 25-26, which is probably where this project would end up anyways. So I will support this motion.
Councillor Hillstead.
Just from a procedural point, should it be that the Finance Committee move the capital project, or direct a bin to move the capital project? Just
We can
wondering.
let the fine tuning of the wording as we did last time.
Okay. Yeah, that was just.
Okay.
As far as I'm open to moving the study back a year, but I'm also with the discussion that we had last Finance Committee. I'm also open to having it in 2023. So I'm kind of on the fence right now. So I will keep listening and see if anyone else can swing me one way or the other. See,
Councillor McCallum.
I have a question. So if this motion is approved, then the study is moved to 2024. If this motion is not approved, then it stays in 2023 where it's at right now?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just to follow up on that question, where, to administration, so with respect,
So the clerk is just clarifying that if this motion fails, that's in front of us, then it will go back to the original motion, which was to remove it from the 2023 capital budget.
this
So
isn't an amendment. This is the original mover.
Well, but it's a fundamentally
Oh, it's a
different
fundamentally
motion.
different change. That's true.
It's not really an amendment, it's a fundamentally different, the postponement was about removing it. So I think it's fine that Councillor Faubert has put this forward, but it's not really an amendment.
Okay, so should it be prefaced by withdrawing the original motion?
We could do that, or vote on it, but the clerk is advising that if this motion does not, that you go back to the previous postponed motion. I know.
Okay.
So Councillor Faubert could rescind, or not rescind, excuse me.
Withdraw all my motions, please. Just withdraw it.
Withdraw the postponed motion?
All of it. Just all. I don't want to touch it anymore. Just leave it as is.
So you're withdrawing the postponed motion and the move to 2024? Withdraw.
Withdraw.
The
Right.
postponed motion, sorry, you're withdrawing
Yeah.
two motions, the
Yes.
postponed motion and this one on 2024.
Okay?
They've both been withdrawn?
I don't want this to not happen. I'd wanted it to happen better, but that's not possible. So I don't see the point of continuing with either one.
All right, so those motions have been withdrawn. The capital project is as stated in 2023. It's open to anyone else if they'd like to be making a motion in that regard. So just to be clear, it's in 2023.
Councilor Morris supported the one that we just pulled off.
Sorry, I can't hear you,
there's no
Councillor Ma.
vote yet.
I can't hear Councillor Ma.
Your mic's off.
Sorry, I'm just talking to myself.
Okay,
All right.
I'm just talking to myself louder than normal. Because when he talks to me, it's
You gotta-
Oh, thank you, that's a fun
Well, you gotta
Yeah,
let,
yeah, okay, for sure.
Councillor McCallum's part of the meeting. and
Yes,
she's not hearing
exactly.
what's
Sorry,
going on.
Councillor McCallum. I was just trying to like figure it procedurally in my head because Councillor Mara did support the recent motion of bumping it back to 2024. And if we take, I know we didn't vote, but if we take it off, does that leave a gap in anyone? But I guess Councillor Mara could also bring that forth, that motion
correct.
as well.
If
Okay.
if anyone on council wants to move it to 2024, they could be the ones to
Right, thank you. I just
make
had to talk that
motion.
through my head to understand all the pieces there. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that matter is, or are you wanting to? Okay. Personally, I'll say, I'm very happy that it's landed in 2023. If it's going to inform 25, 26, I think 2024 might be a little bit late and pushed, and, it's under the gun. And if it starts in 2023, even if it goes a little bit longer into 2024, it then still informs 25, 26. So I think it's more legit. Councillor Faubert?
And we still, as council, have to approve the budget. So at that stage, if anyone of us has felt a different thought, has a different thought on it,
Yeah.
we could change it at
Yes.
that point. So this
That's
is
right.
not the be-all and end-all of our budget changes if we want. But, right, the mayor convinced me it was worthwhile. I just still wanted better information, but.
I just want to call a point of order. There's several jabs, it feels like jabs about administration's work that I don't think are appropriate. So if you want to give some feedback about better, I'm open to hearing that. I don't think this is the forum.
My apologies. I was looking at the solid waste services, Boulder Crescent Depot Development Design, and then Boulder Crescent Redevelopment Construction projects. And so one would lead to the other. So I felt like a similar process could be used for a study, that one would lead to the other.
And
so-
I've explained that in this case is not possible.
Yeah.
So we can talk about that further offline if you like, but I would appreciate commentary to stop. And I would ask for the mayor's support on that.
Great. And you have my support. We'll move on from here then.
There's nothing further from administration, so that is all of the follow-up, both from your motions at the last meeting and the postponed motions. So now we're turning it over to the Finance Committee. I believe when we last met on Thursday, that there were some suggestions that folks might have a couple of other motions around the budget that you still wanted to make or discuss. So it's really over to the Finance Committee now for any lingering potential changes to the budget. Administration has nothing further.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to call a 5-minute recess in order for us to check our notes and determine if there's anything else that anybody would like to be bringing up at this time. So let's return at 11:30. Okay.
I am
there's-
too.
Perfect. Okay, we're back. So when we had ended deliberations at the last meeting, or the meeting ended, and my understanding is that there may still be some motions that some councillors wanted to make. I think Councillor Faubert, you might have had one more. And Councillor McCallum, I'm not sure if you had gotten to the points that you wanted to have discussed yet, but this is now the opportunity. So first of all, we'll turn to Councillor Faubert with the motion that you wanted to make.
For the clerk, it's the second motion on my list. Well, yeah. So I did some thinking about my previous motion on this one, and I thought that there could be a different way of getting a better understanding of the potential of the type of program I was interested in relation to the capital project for the Boulder Crescent Depot design. I also felt that with extended producer responsibility coming down the line, that could actually lead to potential changes to how our recycling depots, like we could go through EPR and not have recycling depots at our municipal facilities anymore. And so just wanting to, when I had proposed in my previous motion the scope change, there was some interest, I think, in council of that as a program, but some hesitation around the budget implications on that. And I think that by moving this project to 2024 and asking administration to come back with a report considering options around how circular economy infrastructure or a large item drop-off, I don't want to presuppose what it is, but the potential for that and what that would imply for the operating budget, as administration had indicated, it would result in a full-time supervisory role, that could be done as part of the 2024 budget update. And the other thing that I think is important is that currently, for our large item pickup program, some of the items are recycled if they can be, and then other items do end up in the landfill. And so I think that by potentially exploring this idea, we could end up with a better program that reduces things going to the landfill. But this doesn't change a scope, and it doesn't increase, it doesn't put forward an idea that results in operating changes without understanding them first. And I think top of my mind too is EPR as well, because if we redesign the Boulder Crescent Depot in 2023 and then the EPR results in us not even having a recycling facility there or changes to it, then that could, I'm not sure where that leaves us. So if there's feedback from administration, I would, around this again, I'd be grateful for that. Thank you.
Yeah, so looking to administration, any thoughts with respect to this proposed motion? Go ahead, Ms. Smithers.
Okay. A couple of thoughts. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to comment on it. One, I would suggest that some of the redesign really relates to user safety. As noted in the project rationale on page 200, it is a pretty congested site right now, and it can be difficult for vehicles moving around that site, particularly when operations vehicles need to get in and out of there. The other point I wanted to raise with regard to EPR is it's unclear to us at this point what the future could hold. It could very well be, and it's actually, according to some of my team, likely a situation where the town could be contracted to provide some of those recycling services on behalf of the producers, because we already have the infrastructure set up. We already have a made in the Bow Valley kind of solution. So that is a likely scenario. Not to say that will happen, but it might. So I think that this, in the short term, solves an issue related to the popularity of the depot and just ensuring that more people can get in and out safely. And also, long-term, it could very well be a depot that we continue to rely on.
Councillor Graham, you have a question, or you want to speak to
I have a
that?
question. Can somebody define EPR for me? Asking for a friend.
Extended producer responsibility.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Extended producer responsibility. Essentially, it means that private businesses that produce products that then have to be recycled would, in the future, pay for the delivery of that recycling service in our community, and the taxpayers in our community, not taxpayers, sorry, the ratepayers, in terms of your garbage and solid waste services fees. So the people in our community would stop paying for us for the delivery of that. Ms. Smithers is absolutely correct. The way that the program can roll out is that, so basically what's going to happen is that all of the companies in Alberta that produce products that have like paper, plastic, cardboard, things that you need to recycle, will have to form an organization in order to take over the delivery of recycling services in municipalities in Alberta. That's going to take some time. Then they will decide. We don't get to decide if we keep doing it and they pay us, or if they just take it over and do it their own way. But because of our isolated circumstances and our particularly unique style of service delivery for recycling, I am going to edge on that that's going to be what happens. And it's going to involve things like potentially we're going to be selling our infrastructure to the PRO, or the producer responsibility organization. So we could not have assets anymore around recycling. So it's a fundamental change in who pays, but not a fundamental change in what level of recycling is available. And so I just thinking that there's a potential that these organizations might not ask us to deliver that and they pay us, could mean that the design here might be affected. And as an unknown, I thought another year of that program rolling out would give us maybe a better idea. Is that too much?
Thank you for that fulsome.
That's a great summary, thank you. And I would say administration agrees with your hedge on the likely outcome there. I think the key thing just to keep in mind for all of council around it is, even if industry takes over that completely and we get out of that business, there's a number of other products, so organics, leaf and waste, e-waste. There's a number of things that we will continue to manage, so it wouldn't ever completely leave our, but it's a question of those producer-created products, potentially, so.
So I had a question with regards to, I see the design is in 2023, but any potential construction isn't until 2025. Does that mean that we have some time that we could wait if we wanted to, or is that gap serving an important role?
I'd have to confirm that. I imagine it just has to do with the lead times for tendering and, yeah.
So do you see a adverse impact of moving it to 2024? Or are you not sure yet?
I'm not sure, because I don't know if that would require the construction to be bounced back another year. I don't know that there's necessarily, when we know that the work needs to get done and we know that it is about separating operational vehicles from public vehicles and ensuring more public vehicles can access the depot more safely, I'm not sure that the work still needs to get done, and if we know it's an issue now, that's why it's in there for design in 2023.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what moving it back a year allows, because even when you look to the EPR question, we still may not know the answer this time next year. We still may not know what the town's involvement is or isn't.
So I'm not sure where this is going to land. If it was passed, there's still an opportunity then for administration to come back to council at time of budget with any information that's
Absolutely. Yep.
determined then, because it could be changed. Okay. Yeah, in speaking to this, I actually do see it as an increase in scope. And we do have a lot of unknowns coming, but we also don't know when those unknowns were going to come. And in the meantime, we have current issues. So I'm inclined to stay the course with redesign this year. If it happens to take longer, there's still the buffer before construction time. That's just my 2 cents. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham?
I'll support this motion. Having known very little about EPR until about 5 minutes ago, I appreciated that it doesn't make sense to me to design something, have a potential change in the not too distant future, redesign it again, et cetera, et cetera. So for that simple reason, I'll support your motion.
Okay. Councillor Mara?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was tending to go towards this direction, but after thinking about it for a minute, I'm thinking that we do see and identify some things that are going on now, and just knowing how some things move, I know that there are a lot of things coming down the pipe. I don't know if they necessarily move quickly, and I think this design, I'm hoping, and maybe there's a question in my comment, is that when a design is made, we can always alter it if we find out something new. Correct?
Absolutely. I would suggest if we've had some new information about how EPR is going to play out in our community during the course of, or even prior to during the course of the design or prior to construction, we would absolutely come back to council with an update for a recommendation, because it wouldn't be in the town's best interest to proceed on one path if the environment around us changes. But in the interim of not knowing and knowing that it actually could remain the same, and to Dr. Cottle's point, that there will be continued demand for some type of use for that site, that some of those uses would remain. There is, in the short to medium term, a need to address some of the current challenges on that site.
Thank you for answering that, and I do know that it is an issue in safety to me. I've used that site quite often, and I see the comings and goings, so I know it's going to have to come sooner than later, so thank you.
Councillor Hillstad, then Councillor Ma.
I won't be able to support this at this time. I do think the main rationale for the project is, again, the traffic flow. I do appreciate this motion being brought forward and looking at those other things, but to me, the main reason for this project is just to improve the traffic flow, which is really bad in that site, or can be, depending on how many vehicles are there. If you hit it at the right time, it's totally fine. If you hit it at the wrong time and there's a bunch of people, then it gets awkward. So I'm happy to keep the design where it is now, so I won't support this at this time.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm inclined to stay the course, as you mentioned too, and not support this. I do feel that the site itself does have some deficiencies that we could work upon and fix. And I know EPR is a bit of like a black box and kind of confusing, and there's a lot of unknowns, but I think even if EPR comes down in its way, in its various manifestations, we will still benefit from having this design done sooner rather than later.
Any other comments? Anything to close?
Yeah, I do believe that once EPR is implemented, that upgrades to our facilities could be charged back to the producer responsibility organization. So there's potential savings in perhaps pushing this out. But my real goal here is affordability and reducing what goes to the landfill. I'd be open to anyone helping me see something like this come to fruition in our community. So I don't know what that looks like. I've tried my best here through the budget process to do that. And thanks for considering.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? So the motion is defeated with Councillors Faubert and Graham in support. All right, so any other motions or topics for discussion by the Finance Committee? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, Your Hawkishness. I have a motion that I've sent the clerk with regards to CCH. I actually, now that I've sent it, I think I might need to reword it a little bit because I'm looking at our approved agenda, sorry, our approved minutes from last meeting, and I don't think my wording is in line. So if the clerk could pull that up, please.
All right.
They are working on it.
Thank you. And it's a pretty simple motion. It just basically is that the Finance Committee direct administration to bring back any updates to the CCH requisition to align with any new programs or priorities that they may have come up with in the last 12 months. I think what I need to fix is that Finance Committee directs administration to return to the Finance Committee in, should I say, fall of 2023?
So just to make sure I'm clear, sorry, and you maybe said this, but this is for the 2024 budget.
This is for the update that we'll do in a year,
Yeah, okay.
the tweak.
To reassess the CCH requisition,
How about in
And
the,
so it
how
should
about
say-
in
it
the
should
fall,
say-
in the fall of 2023 with the budget update?
Yes, and it should say and that 2023, that was incorrect as well. I sent it off and then I thought, oh, I can keep sending Cheryl emails or I can just address it when it comes up.
I would suggest for the 2024 budget amendment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, and you can see the screen there, Councillor McCallum?
Yeah, so the Finance Committee direct administration to reassess the CCH requisition in the fall of 2023 for the 2024 budget amendment to ensure alignment with any new programs or priorities.
Okay, so just would this not naturally flow from the CCH budget work?
Well, so that's actually what I was trying to understand. Our affiliates provide us budget asks 2 years at a time. So their ask is a 2023, 2024 ask. Am I
Right,
correct?
so you're just wanting to make
So-
sure that the door is open.
Yeah, for sure. And to,
Yeah.
as I said before,
Okay.
that my colleagues are aware that you know, they requisition, they have not been requisitioning for quite a few years for their reserve or our reserve. And in addition, they've reduced their requisition. And since we are looking at going for it as a council when it comes to community housing, I want to make sure, especially our new councillors, that this is apparent and that we make sure it's in our line of sight when we review budget amendments next fall.
Great, so to just understand, then, this is basically letting CCH know the door is open. If some things were to change, there's an opportunity to revise.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, I can definitely support that.
There's nothing hairy in this amendment, I promise.
Anyone else wanting to speak to the motion? Councillor Ma.
Thank you so much for bringing this forward, Councillor McCallum, and putting it on the radar. It's completely possible that the requisition of 450 for 2024 might not be what it takes to swing for the fences and be bold. And I appreciate keeping this door open. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum, anything to close?
Nothing, Your Worship.
I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, looking to see if anyone else has any motions or any items for discussion. Councillor Graham.
I may, but I'd like to have a conversation over lunchtime with administration and/or yourself potentially. It's 11:51. I wonder if we could take a break and come back for the afternoon. Or are you looking to break now?
Well, let me just,
Councillor McCallum had her hand up. Did you have another one, Councillor?
and Councillor McCallum, do you have?
Yeah, so I guess, and it was one of the questions that came up, I don't think it was in our last, I actually watched you guys talk about this, I think, the meeting I missed. And it was about what we're going to do with the download document. So as we all know, admin has made a list of all of the items that are being downloaded to us from the provincial government. And I remember Ms. Cottle or Dr. Cottle stating at one point, so we need to decide what we're going to do with this document. And then I don't recall hearing any more discussion about that. So I was wondering what you all thought, what we should do with this document.
Okay, so let me just, okay, so there's a discussion and a potential motion there. Just looking to anyone else, does anybody else have any motions or items for discussion? I'm just trying to get a sense of time.
I don't have any motions at this point in time, but I think we still need to have a good discussion around our capital reserves and the $850,000 shortfall. And some motions may arise from that discussion.
Okay, I know that that is definitely something that's been, brought up.
Yeah, I brought up that last
Yeah.
Thursday with
Yeah, exactly.
particularly the asset management.
And we just have yet to address that, and I
Yeah.
still want to do it. I just don't know how
All
to do
right.
it in a meaningful way.
Now, let me just ask,
Yet.
let me just ask my co-chair. So I think that there is some discussion that we shouldn't try to just ram it in before lunch. We should take a break. But ultimately, this committee needs to get to the point now when we are recommending a budget to council. And so I'm just wanting to, are we probably going to finish up discussions and motions today, and then we have Thursday morning, we would have that, or is it something that would be this afternoon, or what are you seeing as getting us to that point?
As a next step. So if there are so far, since there haven't been any other changes to what was presented this morning. So as of right now, your budget would be 12.5% with all the changes that Ms. Rogers walked you through this morning, and then the addition of the community evaluator position. So if council wants to see that rolled up one more time before it comes to the council meeting, we could have another finance committee meeting. But at this point, it's sounding to me like if those are the only two topics left to discuss, that we could wrap up today, and then the motion would be that the budget come to council on December 20th for deliberation and approval.
Today, subject to something happening this afternoon.
Correct.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. So are we good to come back at 1? Or
We
need
are.
more time than that?
We're
1
booked till
o'clock?
3.
Okay, so 1 o'clock we'll return, and we'll recess right now for lunch.
Great.
And we have a few more items to finish up on. And so I think, Councillor Graham, did you have something you were wanting to bring forward or have a discussion on?
Yeah, I think maybe just a discussion. I'm looking at this shortfall of $800 and some odd thousand for our reserves, and how we aren't contributing enough for that right now, and that concerns me. It's like not paying enough condo fees at the end of the day, and eventually somebody's going to have to pay for a new furnace at some point in time. Talking with administration about how best to deal with that, and it's essentially either we increase taxes or we look at some other future ideas, we could look at the end of year surplus or deficits and how we allocate those monies at the end of the year. And I think at this point in time, I just want to seriously think about what we are going to do there, and when those numbers do come back to us, I think that will be the time that I seriously look at where we put those monies. And we're going to be short today, but hopefully we make that up a little bit down the road. If anybody has other ideas or whatnot, I'm definitely keen to talk about them.
Well, I do think not only are we short today, but as was referenced earlier, it is a place that is easily, cut in the minute or in the moment to serve this moment, but you end up not serving your future very well. So I join with you in wanting to address this. I don't have an appetite in rectifying it today because of the climate that we're in, and we're already looking at the increase that we are. I am hopeful that we can have a good discussion around any surplus from 2022. But going forward, before the next budget cycle, I would think that this should be a priority. And I know that it's been raised by administration as something that we need to address, because this and previous councils are not adhering to the policy of putting away a certain amount of money each year to have the reserve hit a certain level. Of course, it's council's prerogative to do that, but someday you have to pay. Mm-hmm. And it's better to change our ways sooner than later, because it's a bigger hit the further you put it off. You mentioned 850,000. Of course, that's just 1 year, and I believe we're up around 7 million. Was I think the number that was short from the culmination of several years in a row. So I would like to be thinking in terms of how can we address that in the short term through a potential surplus. We'll have to see what the situation is at that time.
Yep.
But looking ahead, looking at another way of structuring it so that it's harder to take that money from the future savings. Maybe it's as I think I mentioned last time, a requisition item on its own, whereas every property taxpayer has to contribute a certain amount each year, and then it's not in the operating budget, but it's funded from that line. Something to look at like that. And I know that other municipalities have done something similar, yes, as I hear people talking, and it's very much like paying the condo fees.
We look at the cost of debt that's coming in the foreseeable future, and that's just getting more expensive when we have to take out debt to do things that we need to do, as opposed to using reserves that we've healthily funded. cost us more in the end.
Yeah.
Thanks for the discussion.
Yeah, well, is there anybody else that would like to add to the conversation? Councillor McCallum, did you put your?
No, except that I brought the same thing up last Thursday, so
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
happy that a man brought it up,
Yeah.
because that's what I was talking about last Thursday, but thank you.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that phrase. I don't think it had anything to do
I
with.
was being a smarty pants, but I had brought this up last Thursday and how this continues to be a theme. But I'm glad it's been brought up again. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Councillor McCallum, did you have something you wanted to discuss?
The only thing I had left on my list was a discussion around what we wanted to do with the document that admin had created with regards to our downloads from the province. Is this something that we want annually to come with the budget process? Or is this, I guess I'd be curious to see, and I believe admin had sent an email out at one point in the last few weeks also wanting to know, or maybe it was mentioned in the meeting. My apologies, I can't remember either way, but it was mentioned we've made this document and we're updating this document, so what would we like to do with this document? Mm-hmm. That's all.
Councillor Faubert, did you have something you wanted to add?
I was hoping that it would form part of the financial information that comes to us at each budget cycle. And I have a cheeky question, and I know the answer, but every year we transfer money to the province that we collect on their behalf. Could we just not transfer the amount that we calculate as being downloaded? And I will take that as a rhetorical question, and that the answer is no. But maybe if we had our own sovereignty bylaw, we could. But I feel like it's a good measure for the community to understand, because when I break down what we have in front of us at 12.5%, a lot of it is not our choice. It's not choices we've made, it's choices that have been made for us. And I really like the mayor's idea of trying to convey differently in terms of how we tax some of these components. I also think that some of the work we might do on the property tax task force, oh my goodness, did I mess that up? Task force. That's going to be really helpful. And then I think that the conversations that we've started to have about potentially alternative ways to tax, or not to tax, but alternative ways to address the fact that there are certain property owners or types of property ownership in our community that impacts the affordability of our community. So it doesn't matter. We are coming at this problem at every angle we possibly can. And that's thanks to the hard work of administration and this council. And so we're on the right path. But when I thought of just calculating how much in the year was coming from provincial decisions, I was hoping it would be an ongoing thing. And then the other thing is we have that province of Alberta revenues in Canada has the lowest tax revenues in all of Canada, right? So our province taxes less than anywhere else. And in order to maintain that, this is why we are having things downloaded to us. And the province's position tends to be, well, you can tax property for and pay for it. So I think it's really hard to deliver the tax rate we currently have in front of us right now politically, but I think in terms of the responsibility we have for our community, we might not have a choice. because we have to do these things. And I don't see anything in here that is slight, like, we can slice off. So, anyways, I don't know how I got into this rant. I'm gonna stop myself now.
You raised some good points. So the board is lit up. And so I'm just going to go from right to left. So, Councillor Graham.
Well, Councillor Faubert, I appreciate your cheekiness. You make a bunch of great points. The province has a $15 billion surplus, and we have to increase taxes. And that's the facts. I would like us to see the council and the mayor write a letter to the province stating our position, stating what is the facts of our situation. And we've written letters on other matters, and I don't see why we shouldn't write one on this matter. I also think that we should be working with Alberta municipalities to help us address this problem too. This is a significant portion of our budget, and we continue to see these downloads, and at some point in time you have to push back. You have to say enough is enough. And if we could not write those checks, that would be great. We could have sovereignty acts, that'd be interesting too. But yeah, I'm for having the mayor write a letter to the province and stating our position and seeing where we get. Probably nowhere.
Councillor Mara.
Thank you. I was just putting forward that I know we were saying what we wanted to do with this. I would like to see it continued each year, and like continued adding to it and brought back each year at budget time. That's all I wanted to add, and I agree with what everyone else has said so far.
Great, thank you. Councillor Mah.
Thank you, Mayor. I think one thing, like I agree with Councillor Mara, we should do this as a continued exercise year over year. I don't think it would be a bad idea to consider putting this in our community monitoring report. So this is something that we track regularly. Our citizens can see it. Like I know we have a section, local economy and labor force, on our report, and there's a section on municipal taxes. I think seeing a chart that kind of tracks taxation plus downloads, I think that trend can be clearly understood and justified by people seeing it that way. So taking advantage of one of our tools that's out there for the public and using that. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstead.
In a somewhat similar vein, I'd like to see it actually as a line item on our tax bill, like we break out currently with the provincial requisition, the vital home requisition, and instead of just the municipal taxes, but a breakdown of here's the municipal taxes that you're funding and here's the provincial downloading that you're also funding. So then every person that gets their tax bill can see exactly why this year sucks. So that's an option. I would like that option.
That's an interesting idea. From my perspective, I'm really appreciative that we have tracked it, and I would like to keep tracking it. I think there's some refinements. There's obviously some lines that are potential placeholders, but we don't have an amounts around them. I mean, their use right now, we've heard potentially writing a letter. We've heard potentially tracking on the bill itself. I think that what I would like, and it could be potentially either of those. It could also be information that we draw upon in various discussions, and it's certainly going to be information that I can draw upon in speaking with other municipalities. I think one thing I'd like to see is probably a cover page thrown on it that, first of all, defines what's a provincial download. And I think that there's really three categories. There's something that was provincially funded and it's been cut, and we've had to pick it up if we want to see it keep going. So that's one. Secondly, it is something that is provincially funded, and they're not, the province is not keeping up with cost of living and increases, and so we have to make up the shortfall. And the third thing is something that has not been provincially funded, but it falls within provincial jurisdiction, and we're having to pick up from, like as Councillor Faubert was mentioning, it's the responsible thing to do, right? So I think some sort of a cover page that sets the context for what this document is that follows, and then refinements that will happen over time. And it's, you know, I think that will get us to a certain point. And it's not lost on me the awkwardness of our situation. Canmore, like all municipalities, has suffered from provincial downloading in one form or another. And yet at the same time, we are reliant upon funding from the province, and we're looking for a good deal, and we're advocating for things. And it makes for potentially an awkward exchange. And so I really would not want this to be seen as a club or something that we use as to bash the province with. I would rather it be seen as a statement of fact, as part of a conversation, as we're having these other things, is that, you know, it's part of our reality that we are funding so many things that are out of our control or have been left to us to fund. And especially here where the cost of living is high, there are certain things that we absolutely need to take care of, and we can't just say, oh, well, it's not our responsibility. Even if it isn't really technically our responsibility, we owe it to our community to try to do the best that we can. So where does that leave us? What I'm hearing is we all appreciate it. I'm hearing that we want to keep tracking. I'm hearing some ideas as to where it could go forward and some refinements that could be made. And let's continue this discussion as those things carry on. Councillor McCallum, what do you think? You started the discussion. What do you think of what you've heard?
Well, I think there's a lot of really great ideas that my colleagues have brought forth, but I do appreciate what you've brought up in terms of the tone in which it's presented to our provincial counterparts. I think keeping it up to date, having a cover letter, and including it part of our budget is a great idea. And although it could prove to be some extra work, there is merit to putting it in the tax notices. That being said, you know, it's funny, every year we do budget, and every year we go, this is a tough budget year. I remember 2020 being a tough budget year, 2021 being a tough budget year, and I think it's because we've not seen an increase of status quo like this. But I agree with Councillor Faubert. There's very little, if anything, in the budget that speaks to excess or fat or anything that is unneeded. These are the components, especially all these amendments that are required to sort of lift our community up as we continue to lift our community up through the past 2.5, 3 years of what's occurred around the world and in our community. So I appreciate the fact that we're keeping track, because we've, you know, always have broad statements that we're being downloaded upon, but now we actually have something tangible that we can provide the public, stating, well, this is exactly how we're being downloaded. These are the micro/macro aggressions that are we are experiencing every year. And we don't have the benefit that the province does. We don't have the ability to run a deficit on our budget. We don't have that. And at the end of the day, it's correct. We have the lowest tax rate in the country. We have some of the highest incomes in Alberta, in the country as well. And at the end of the day, the government balances the budget on the price of oil, not on taxes. So, anyways, I appreciate that thoughtful discussion that we've had, and I hope that administration has been able to tease out some ideas as to what to move forward with in terms of this document.
I would just like to, thank you, Councillor McCallum. I see Councillor Graham would like to speak. But just looking at to Dr. Cottle, I'm wondering if you could provide administration's perspective on this particular exercise and potential tool.
Yeah, I mean, you've all raised many good points. All of them are possible. The tax bill would require a little bit of work for us to figure out what we can actually do there, but not impossible. It sounds, though, like we're moving towards asking administration to maintain it, put a little bit of context to the front page of it, and then bring it back with every budget cycle. It sounds like where we're landing, and it would be, if that's the intent, it'd be helpful that we have a motion to do that, just so that we have the record and we know to continue doing it.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Thank you for that. Councillor Graham, then Councillor Faubert.
I was going to ask if this was an appropriate time to bring a motion arising for a letter to the province, but maybe I'll hold off on that just now. We'll deal with that last thought.
Okay, let's, Councillor Faubert.
I'd be happy to make a motion around this, and I had a couple of thoughts as well, because it's really hard because people don't always appreciate, it's hard to pass the buck politically, right? Like, this is our budget. These will be our tax rates, and it's hard, and what I find challenging is that you take all of this work and all of these things we do, all of the programs and services, all of the capital projects, and the only thing it comes down to is how palatable a single percentage number is, the increase. And and that over time, it's come to frustrate me, because that's literally the least important information around what we're doing. And I did see some recent information out from Trevor Toome, an economist with the University of Calgary School of Public Policy, around the recent announcement by Premier Daniel Smith about affordability measures that shows, and that announcement made me more comfortable with where we're at in terms of this budget, because the cumulative impact of what we're doing is not going to be the same as it was without those measures, right? So in terms of addressing some of the inflationary increases in our lives, families and seniors are going, and other people in different ways, but mostly families and seniors, will see that gap change because of the money and programs announced. And that gives me more comfort in asking going out to our community and taxing at a level that provides the services that we expect and want as a community. You know what, Dad? So taketh and we giveth, gives and it takes, and so I have more comfort level now, because I think that the entire scenario for people is a little bit better, and we're not even coming close to taking that much money in this at all. So, and then in terms of that motion, I think it would be that the finance committee, would it be that we direct administration to include it in the budget process? or the budget, when the budget plan comes forward, or that, what would be the best way to word that?
It's a good question. I'm just thinking the wording would be to direct administration to bring to go ahead, yeah.
Perhaps to include provincial downloading in the annual budget
All right.
cycle or something,
Yeah.
Annual budget process.
process, yeah.
And documents to Finance Committee. So the idea would be that we bring it back to a Finance Committee meeting as
And-
part of the annual budgeting
And will
cycle.
that then capture just de facto, that there would be a cover page and it would be updated?
I already made one.
Okay.
And I really wanted to make the motion because this all came from another one of my crazy motions that didn't work out, which was I wanted to be able to invoice the province for ambulances and have something in the fee schedule. And that conversation led to the motion where we asked administration to put this number together. And I think this is done more to inform our process than a lot of things, including, and I think it's more important than the tax increase number.
Yeah.
But anyways, I don't know if Madam Clerk has got
Yes.
that.
Direct administration to include provincial downloading in the annual budget process and documents to, and how about, there's something just near the end there, yeah, okay. Downloading the annual budget process and documents to the Finance Committee, what is,
And report.
and report to the Finance Committee, or?
I think even include provincial downloaded in the annual budget process is enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is enough. In the annual budget process. Yeah, so then that would be coming to Finance Committee then. All right, so there's a motion on the table. In speaking to this motion, I support it for all of the reasons that I spoke to previously. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this. Part of me wonders if it's encompassing everything that I heard from my fellow councillors, because I think part of the missing gap here is to take that information and also undergo some sort of process or to actually press that information further out to our public so that they know. So for example, whether it's in a report or it's like showing up on a tax bill, I think that's one of the things that year over year, the downloading piece hasn't been made as apparent. And my impression was in our discussion that was something that we were also trying to reconcile.
So I would say that that's a potential, another motion. Councillor Graham also talked about a letter, but dealing with this one first.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to flag that.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Hillstead?
I support this motion. As far as the adding it to the tax bill, I see that as part of the budget process, so it fits there, and if we do another motion, it would also fit there probably. So but yeah, I support this for all the reasons that we all spoke to.
I think some of these ideas can also be refined and potentially come back at budget time for council. Anyone else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Graham, did you want to be making a motion?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to direct council to, or direct the mayor to write a letter to the province with regards to provincial downloading and its impact on our process or our, struggling here,
Its impact on our community?
an impact on our community.
Are you happy with that wording?
Yes, I'm just thinking whether or not I want to include Alberta municipalities in this at all, or that should just be part of the CC of that conversation.
I would copy others.
Copy it, okay. Then I'm happy with this wording at this point in time. Speaking to the motion, we need to have conversations with our provincial counterparts, and they need to understand the implications of what their decisions have on local communities and our process and our decisions. I think this is just another step in helping inform that conversation, and look to my colleagues for their comments and support.
Looking to see if anyone else would like to speak to the motion. For myself, if so directed, I'm happy to write a letter. I probably would wait to see a refinement of the document with the cover and that sort of thing. So it wouldn't necessarily be tomorrow. But I think that we want to make sure that the tone and what is presented is putting our best foot forward and being part of a collaborative conversation while bringing light to the facts that we have collected, right? So I would support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. Is there anything else with respect to this topic? Or, oh, Councillor Ma, go ahead.
Yeah, I was curious if I could bring up a motion as well. Something to the effect of the administration to explore ways to effectively convey the metrics and effects of provincial downloading to inform our community.
Okay.
I would use communicate instead of convey,
Yeah, thank you.
because then we know which department it is.
Yeah.
My favorite communications person.
All right, before commenting on that, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I spoke to it a little bit prior, the last couple motions. I feel part of our job as a council moving forward, I've seen, is just informing the public more about what it is that we do and the challenges that we have. And by conveying this information in an effective manner year over year, people can see the trends of what's going on and have a better understanding of the challenges that our community faces with budget time.
Okay. I would just ask any thoughts, perspective from administration.
Yep. That, jump in here, please. So just on the, I think, Councillor Ma, just to be clear, you had indicated initially the community monitoring report. So we can't do the community monitoring report as it is. That was a budget option that council hasn't moved forward. Mm-hmm. But Ms. Denaj was indicating that there are a variety of tools at her disposal, the budget document, the website, a variety of other things that she feels she can look at.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it doesn't have to be the specific ideas. I think some great ideas were made, but I also leave in your guys' hands to also understand the most effective way to do that as well. Thank you.
And there's normally communication following every budget time, and this is one aspect of that. And so I'd expect that it would be, I'm prepared to support this, but I'm not looking for a whole bunch of singular work around this, but putting this in the context of the whole, right? So, Councillor Hillstead.
Just procedurally, do we need to have this reported back to council? Like, can we, as the Finance Committee, direct administration to do this? Or do we need to bring it back to council, or is this fine?
I mean, this is fine for us. The way this reads, we'll just do it. And it, you know, there wouldn't necessarily be any circling back to council. We would just take it as direction and.
And the Finance Committee can give that direction?
Yes.
That's the main thing.
Oh, yes, I see where you're going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else speaking to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So are we good with this now? Okay, so Councillor Faubert, did you have another motion that you wanted to bring?
Yes, I will put the Quarry Lake jumping platform onto the discussion block. I had it in my first list, but I think it would be to direct administration to include the Quarry Lake jumping platform in the 2023 capital budget, with funding to come from the paid parking reserve. Caveat, I want to pause there and say that I believe that the $100,000 that we have as a donation is really important for this project to move forward. I also think that the discussions between the municipality and the Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation will also create an expectation around capital delivery of projects in that location and paid parking revenue sharing that may play a part in the final calculation of how this comes out of the reserve. I don't know if, right? Like, basically, if we're going to have an improved arrangement with that foundation, or a new enter into an agreement around paid parking revenues, and that we both are partners in managing that, or in how the delivery of Quarry Lake occurs, I see a potential for them to use some of their potential paid parking revenues for this project in the future. Does that make sense? Or am I out in left field?
I think it makes sense. It kind of points to, we haven't really had conversations with the Heritage Foundation yet around what that could look like. So there is a principle around capturing the true costs of operating Quarry Lake Park, which includes contributions to capital projects. So yeah, it makes sense. I think that there's some principles that we would need to get clear on as we enter into those discussions with the Heritage Foundation, and we're not there yet, but yeah, I think it's important that we capture the true costs of what it takes to run that park as a attraction of significance for the community and beyond.
Would approving this project and using paid parking reserves mean that it would it not form part of those conversations, or could it form part of those conversations?
I suspect this decision would be in advance of those conversations, and there's probably some, so to me, they're kind of two separate items, right? Yeah. This is a capital project. I think typically the understanding between the town and the Heritage Foundation has been that the foundation funds capital projects. As I mentioned earlier in the Finance Committee meetings, in recent years, they've not been able to fund capital projects, so the town has been funding some. So it does point to the need, I think, to revisit that agreement regardless. But yeah, I think historically, the capital projects like this would be something that the town had anticipated the Heritage Foundation would fund.
And with them potentially having some paid parking revenues as a source of income would lead then, I think, to the capital contributions. But I don't want this project to be lost. Yeah. But I think that by using paid parking reserves, there might be some ability to share that 100,000 with the Heritage Foundation in the future, but I'm not it's hard to say that and because that work hasn't done. Work hasn't been done.
I agree, and I think that it's hard to not try to stick the two things together, but they are pretty independent currently, so I think it's important that we handle any kind of future agreement with the Heritage Foundation separately from previously identified and needed infrastructure upgrades in the park, right? They're two kind of different things. The other thing I would mention in the motion as it's worded, that 100,000 donation is not currently in the paid parking reserve, so I just want to make sure, like, it wouldn't be funded fully from paid parking reserve. Some of it would be, I think, in general capital. Yeah, so if it was funded from paid parking reserves and general capital.
So, do we want to specify that,
That is the donation.
and do we want to specify that,
The
you
amounts?
know, the private donation, like it's a private donation? So,
You go.
platform,
Yeah.
$100,000 from paid parking reserves and $100,000 from general capital, in brackets, private donation? Okay, end brackets. Would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, we got the thumbs up from Mr. Irwin,
Okay.
so.
Okay, so.
And now we can discuss the merits of a jumping platform.
Yeah. So as those changes are being made, would anybody like to speak to
100,
the
other
motion?
100.
I had this on my list.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'd like to ask a question before we get to the
Sure.
motion, if that's possible.
Sure, go
So
ahead.
I don't have all the same sheets that you guys have yet. So I'm struggling to go back today to the earlier presentation. But do we have $100,000 left in the paid parking reserve?
Yeah, so
Yes.
I looked up that same thing as well, and what we were shown later, or earlier, is that our beginning balance started 2023 is about 277,000.
Okay,
Ending balance estimated to be 317,000.
okay, I just wanted to be sure, because I thought it said was 40, but maybe I'm getting that mixed up with something else.
That's the addition, yeah, 40 is the addition in 2023.
Okay, perfect, thank you very much.
Great.
I've
thank you.
texted you a shot of the page.
Okay. All right, so I had this on my list as something that I was considering as well, so thank you for bringing this forward. I do want to respect the donation that was made and the incredible advantage to our community that that represents. And I do think that a need has been identified, especially for protection of the erosion of the bank there, and that it would enhance the utilization of that spot in Quarry Lake. So I am prepared to support this motion. Councillor Graham.
I am supportive of the conversation with the Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation. This project was not on my list. At this point in time, I felt that our budget was enough this time around, and this was just adding to it. Folks have been jumping off that cliff for a long time. And I can't justify in my brain $200,000 for a jumping platform. I'm going to keep it that simple.
So that is 100,000 of donation, right?
Yeah, I
And
understand.
100,000 from reserves, okay?
It's a $200,000 jumping platform.
That's what they cost. Councillor Hillstead.
I will support this motion due to the fact that we do have a donation. It's coming from paid parking reserves, which one of the uses of the reserve is to treat areas that the money comes from to enhance them, and this is an enhancement that many in the public wanted to see when it was first put out there. So this is not something that we're just doing for fun. Well, it is for fun, but it's not something that we're just throwing out just because we're like, oh, yes, it's to protect the erosion, but it's also something that the community values and wanted. So for that reason, I will support it, especially with the fact that there is a private donation that makes it cost less for the municipality in the end. And if we don't use that donation, we might not get that donation anymore, and they might use it for something else, and So right now, I think we should leverage the funds that we have, and we have money in the paid parking reserve to cover it, and I think we should do it, so.
I would add that we do have a quote for this work. So it's not just a placeholder. Originally, it was hoped that the donation would cover the cost of the platform, but when the actual work was quoted and an estimate received, it was actually double of that of the donation. That's why we have this number. So this isn't a placeholder. This is actually based on a quote that we have. Anyone else? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I will support this. It wasn't on my list. Although I agree that people have been jumping off that ledge for generations, or a couple generations, the usage of that park is becoming greater and greater, and so the risk of more and more erosion, it just grows with that. $100,000 donation is not something to sneeze at, and grateful to the donor for stepping up. We, have spoken around the council table in past about, certain things that the community wants. We'd love to see them go out and bring in partially the funds that are required to fund those things. An example is our new tennis court, not necessarily from a donation time, but a donation of energy, of their brain, intellectual philanthropy, if you'd like to say. That's how we got our residential organic program kicked off. So I'd be happy to support this. One thing that popped to mind is the increased usage of Quarry Lake Park as a result of the incredibly hot summers that we've been experiencing over the last 5 years in particular. It is a place where people find reprieve. It's a safer spot to go than on the riverbank, as we've all noted. And so I think this will be a great opportunity for families and visitors to enjoy the park even further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a couple of questions of admin, if I may. One was the donation specifically for the jumping platform.
Initially, it just was earmarked to go towards something that would be enjoyed and shared in the community. After some discussion, we had thought, as Mayor Crowser had said, when it was looking like the jumping platform was going to be $100,000, we approached the donors, and they very much supported the donation going towards the jumping platform. When the costs were refined as the design progressed, we went back to the donors actually just before these finance committee meetings began and walked them through some of the other capital projects that we had proposed to see if they wanted to redirect the funds, and they indicated at that time they would prefer to wait to see their funds continue to go towards the jumping platform.
Thank you. And if I may.
Yes.
Liability. Does it change whether we've built the platform or we leave it the way it is? Is it the same liability for the town if there is a liability? Does it change any scope if we're allowing and have a platform, or if we have a sign that says don't jump, or if we have no sign and people just use it to jump off?
Well, we currently have signs saying jump at own risk. I think part of the challenge is we have identified that the jumping platform is needed in part because of erosion, and in part because just the rock becomes slipperier after the same feet hit, well, not same feet, but feet hit in the same parts after years and years and years of use, right? So I would say the liability kind of remains the same, because right now we do have the signs in place indicating it is jump at own risk, but also knowing that people are going to jump at their own risk. It's nice if we can upgrade the park by providing a method that is safer for them to do so.
Thank you.
Councillor Mah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question for admin. I'm looking at the operating budget here for this piece of infrastructure. It's about $5,200 to $6,200 annually, and about $1,000 for weekly staff inspections. Would these funds where would the source of that come from in the future? Is this part of the potential agreement that we're working out with Rocky Mountain Heritage Foundation? I'm trying to understand where this year-over-year cost will be allocated.
Yeah, that's a great question. So currently, the cost would be in the Parks Department and in the operating budget. So typically, that would come through mill rate supported or tax supported. But as we progress an agreement with the Heritage Foundation, again, if we come back to the true costs of operating and maintaining the park, this is a really good example of an expense that would be attributed to that. And we would, I'm kind of speculating right now, my assumption would be that we would back costs like that out of the net revenue prior to looking at any kind of division of revenues.
Okay, that's helpful. And I don't know a lot about jumping platforms. What's the service life of an asset like this? 20 years, 10 years? Just
I don't know. I can find that out and provide that information back to council. I would imagine, like with our playgrounds, we usually go for a 20 to 25 year useful life. I would imagine this would be somewhere around the same.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious that showed up in the design spec when
I'll
it was
confirm
being
that, though.
quoted.
It's a good question.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is passed with Councillors Ma and Graham opposed. All right, anything else? Okay, so I'm not seeing, okay, go ahead.
We had a discussion about wildlife attractants, $10,000 a year to currently remove, and it was $80,000 a year for the next 4 years. Is that what I recall? Do we have any opportunity to partner with anybody for projects like this? If another organization was to come forward and say, we'd like to help you with that, that is a, okay.
I'm seeing from administration nods of affirmation.
Nods of approval, of affirmation.
I had an idea. And it came out of the conference that was here that contributed to the tree planting. And I felt like, could we have a selection of things that groups coming to our town wanting and hosting conferences or wanting to give back that they could choose from to contribute to? Because I'd see this as one of, I don't know if that's a thing, but I know over the years, there have been many conferences in Banff that contribute things to the municipality, and I see us having more conferences in the future, and perhaps those conferences want to offset their impact of traveling here. And I'm aware that this might not be the right place, or this might not be our conversation to have, but it was like a buffet of different things you could choose, and then, yay, give us money.
It's a very common thing in a lot of tourist communities in Banff. I believe that's, it is the tourism organization that does that, not the municipality. So whoever it is on council that sits on TCK, I think that would be a great conversation to raise with TCK. We have had some other, in addition to the tree planting, there was an organization that bought and assembled a bunch of bikes for kids. They donated them to FCSS, and we administered them through the Affordable Services Program to kids in the program. But those, in communities where those programs exist with giving back, it is not the municipality, it's the Tourism Association. And it fits nicely, I think, with some of their sustainability and community building efforts. So that might be one way of doing it, yes, for sure.
Thank you for all that. With that in mind, I'd like to propose a motion to increase the removal of the wildlife attractants on town land from $10,000 to $20,000 a year for the next 4 years.
Okay.
If somebody could tell me what page that thing was on, I'd really love it. It's in here, I know it's in here.
So was that a capital?
It's
That's
in the
operate-
operating
that's
budget, so it would
operating
be in the
budget?
tab
Oh.
related to implementation of council's strategic plan. I'll
So
look for it.
my understanding is there's currently $10,000 a year allocated to that, so this would be doubling it, so that would be $20,000 or $10,000 more to the budget and increasing the taxes by that, okay?
Yeah, so we would put on the end of that motion, Madam Clerk, to be funded from taxes. And I believe it's in the Parks Department,
Public Works Admin.
Public Works Department.
So, just so I understand correctly, the analysis that we were provided is that if we did $80,000 a year for 4 years, that would take care of it. So that's $320,000. So this means after 4 years, we would get, instead of $40,000 through this, we'd be $80,000 through this, but still a ways to go.
In speaking to this motion, we ask our citizens to be responsible when it comes to wildlife attractants. We have seen, we do a great job as a town, for the most part, in wildlife coexistence. However, we still have things we can do better. And I personally find it hard that we as a town have wildlife attractants on our properties while asking for our citizens to do similar things. So while it was unpalatable for me to spend $80,000 a year on this budget, and the budget year that we are significantly stretching things, I did want to make more significant progress here than what was suggested we could. With that, I look forward to your comments and hopefully your support.
I have a question for administration. We've talked about removing of wildlife attractants, and that's what the $10,000 would go to. I don't know how much, if any, of the attractants are, I imagine quite a number are some sort of fruit bearing. Do we remove the fruit from town property?
We would have to follow up on that, I'm not sure. The
Okay.
10,000 is for removal of the actual plant or tree.
Right, and replacing
Not
it
the-
with something that's not an attractant?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just wondering, because what we don't ask, I was just going to, Councillor Graves, we don't ask our residents to remove their fruit trees, we ask them to remove their fruit.
And we also fund if we do have a
Yes.
program that will
Yeah.
fund removal of their tree as
Yeah,
well.
so I was just wondering if we are doing the same for the plants on town property. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? I'm feeling that this is too shot in the darkish type thing and not enough impact. I am also concerned about wildlife attractants in town and how we best address them, and so I might be more inclined to support asking administration for what the overall plan is and options going forward. I know we've had a very high level, 80,000 would get done in 4 years. And I don't know if they can provide anything more than that. Okay. All right. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert?
This would be something that I would be willing to consider in 2024, potentially. But I think that there's opportunity to work with partners on this as well. And I think there's an interesting potential conversation maybe with TCK around leveraging conferences to contribute towards this kind of work. And we have 10,000 in the budget, so we're doing it, and yes, we could do more. It's just really, I don't know, hard to take it back to 12.6, even though we're 12.5. So at this time, I'm not in the space for this, but I would continue to think about it before it comes back to council again for the final budget approval.
I just wanted to confirm, I did confirm we don't pick the fruit from the trees. We would just remove the trees on town land.
Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. Question for admin. With regards to these particular wildlife attractants on town property, have any of them been cause for like an incident in the past with regards to negative wildlife interaction?
Some have, like I know even this summer, I believe that some of the trees around Elevation Place attracted a black bear, and I think we did remove some of those.
The trees,
Yeah.
not
yeah.
the bear. Okay.
So, yes, good upgrade, thank you. So, yeah, the bears don't really distinguish what's on town
Sure,
land
I was
or
just
private
curious what
land.
our history was
So,
with
yeah.
it. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hillstead?
Just another question. How much do we, I just couldn't find it quickly, so how much do we currently fund for the removal program that homeowners can access? Just
I believe the 10,000 is a combined private and public property.
Okay.
I'll check the binder.
Okay.
Yeah, it is public and private for that 10,000.
And do we find that one should be the focus more than the other? Like, should we be focusing more on the town side, or should we be focusing more, do we have any information on which one we should focus more on?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. We could certainly look into that. I mean, I think a lot of it relates to demand and where are the requests coming from, right? We'll accommodate requests from the public when they're there, but we always have trees that we could remove on town land if the requests from the public aren't there.
Thanks.
May I follow up on that question? So there's $10,000 that we allocate to citizens to apply for the removal of theirs, and we don't always use all of that. Is that correct?
It's, the 10,000, like I said, is for public and private land. So it's a combination.
So, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused now. So there was 10,000 that was being used for town land within the budget, or that was for
Both.
both? Okay.
Yeah.
And if somebody wanted to apply for, to have their tree removed, it would come out of that $10,000?
Correct.
Okay. And in the past, how many $1,000s have we used up of that 10,000?
Yeah, I think we do spend it every year, and the roll-up, we'd have to dig for that information, because it rolls up in the budget, right? But I do believe generally it gets spent.
So it's fully subscribed?
Well, we work to spend the money that is budgeted, right? So
I know we do.
But I think in any given year, it might be that it's not fully subscribed. The 10,000 may not all go to the community. And so some of that, like the Ms. Smithers example of Elevation Place, some of that money is used to remove trees on town land as well. So generally, the odds are high that the Parks Department, I think it's Parks, spends that 10,000 every year, but if the question is how much of that is public and how much of that is municipal land, is a drill down detail that we'll have to report back on.
Can I postpone this motion?
We're running out of runway.
I know we
so-
are.
Yeah. What I would prefer is either, I'll give you three options.
Please and thank you.
Option number one, we proceed and vote on this today. And there could always be something else brought at budget time. Option number two is withdraw it and perhaps ask more question and then refine the ask at budget time for our consideration, perhaps with more information. And the third option is simply, no, I guess there's just the two. I had three, but I think I was double counting it. The other one was just bring it back at budget.
Okay.
I will say, it doesn't take us long to do that, but it is a series of drill downs and reports, and it'd be helpful to know, are you looking for the last 5 years, the last 2 years? What level of detail are you looking for? If you want us to do more work. I will say, so the one small change to the budget we're moving towards budget approval on December 20th. Right? And one small change isn't a big deal. But if we're going to do multiple changes, then it does become significant. So what you do with this should be in the context of how many other changes people might contemplate.
If I could offer up another alternative as well. Currently in the proposed budget, in the capital side is a human-wildlife coexistence strategy and plan that is implemented in ongoing years, right? So on page 165 of your capital, tab 5, that indicates we are planning to spend $60,000 in 2023 on that human-wildlife coexistence strategy and action plan. And then the implementation of that plan is funded, I think it's $100,000 a year going forward. So there could be an opportunity, if it's about administration providing more context around what this could look like, that I would suggest that is the type of thing that we would be looking at in that human-wildlife coexistence strategy and action plan anyways, because that is a key element there. And if council wanted that certainty, we could certainly have a motion directing that wildlife attractants, if there's any specific elements of dealing with wildlife attractants, that we could be directed to make sure they're included in this strategy. So just another option.
Okay, Councillor Graham, where is this landing for you?
Yeah, I think with that information, I will withdraw this motion.
Okay.
With full intent of hoping that those capital projects meaningfully address our wildlife attractants on town land. Thank you all for the discussion. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good discussion. All right, so from what I did our rough poll earlier as to what people had, and I think I've exhausted that list. This is the last chance, because otherwise I want to move towards proposing this budget to council for approval. I'm not seeing anything else. So, Dr. Cottle, do you have any guidance with regards to the motion that we're looking for?
Madam Clerk has it, and we'll put it up on the screen in just a minute.
Thank you.
That's all right. Do you take your time? While that's coming forward, we did just want to update council. So do you want to speak to this? Go ahead, Whitney. Ms. Smithers.
Thanks. So with regard to the motion related to e-bikes and the $5,000 in each of 2023 and 2024, funded from the Sustainability Reserve as a capital project. In just kind of breaking down the mechanics of that, it was in a bigger capital project that was unfunded, so we considered maybe reducing the scope of that project and then changing the funding of it, but we think maybe a better approach would be to fund it. Oh, and sorry, the other piece was to, in following up with staff, I think in some of the kind of back and forth between departments that would be responsible for this, what was missed in the project sheet is actually, it would be $50,000 in 2024 because the sustainability office wouldn't have the capacity to initiate the program in 2023. So if we could, and we could put this forward in a motion when it comes to council, have the project increase the existing greenhouse gas reduction incentive program that is in the sustainability office budget for $200,000 starting in 2024. We could increase that by $50,000 funded through the sustainability reserve as a one-time spend in the operating budget for that e-bike incentive program. The benefit of that is then it's consistent with our other incentive programs. Like the fruit tree removal that we just talked about, when we did the studded tire rebates to get people cycling year-round, that type of thing. Those incentive programs tend to be managed through the sustainability office, so this just kind of is a bit cleaner.
Okay, so for right now, not needing to do anything. However, just a heads up that when we come to budget, there will be a proposed motion coming from administration to deal with that.
So
Right.
we could rescind the existing finance committee motion, or we could just come forward. I'll leave it to the CIO.
Yeah, we could, but I think we can just also make an amendment. So do you want to put the motion up, Madam Clerk? No, the one for approval. Yeah, did we lose Councillor McCallum? She's still on. Okay, that's fine, just couldn't see her, that's fine.
5022.
Yeah, that's okay. I think, so if council makes this is my thinking, if council makes this motion now, that's okay. What will happen when we come to you on December 20th is that we will present the budget exactly as discussed today, but we will also get permission for an amendment, and that amendment would make the one switch to the sustainability e-bike program to have it come in 2024 at 50,000. So it would be everything we've discussed so far with one amendment. Because we have to write the motion and it's on the fly, and unless you want to put a new motion up, she doesn't have it.
I like the idea of it coming back at budget time as a recommended motions, and then you have the time. There also might be, between now and then, other things that are noticed for tidying things up, because there have been some moving parts here. So does that make sense that when it comes back, there might be some recommended motions? Thumbs up? Okay. All right. So, and then this motion that's on the screen, when we say as presented, of course, that's as presented, including the community evaluator presentation, right? So is that captured there?
So it would be all the changes that council has made today. So that would be everything that Ms. Rogers presented this morning, plus your motion around the community evaluator, plus the motion around the jumping platform.
Okay.
All the changes from this meeting will be incorporated there.
So perhaps as presented and amended at the November 29th, 2022 Finance Committee to council for approval. There, then that captures, then our minutes will guide the process. So just one last check. We're fine, administration, with dealing with this way, and the others? Okay, good. Okay, Councillor Mara?
I just was looking at the operating plan 2025 to 2038. Should it be 38 or 28? Yep.
Nice catch there, Councillor Mara. I was reading it slower.
All right.
Yeah, I got there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so I will move that the Finance Committee direct administration to bring The committee recommended 2023-2024 operating and capital budgets and the 2025 to 2026 operating plan and the 2025 to 2028 capital plan as presented and amended at the November 29th, 2022 Finance Committee to Council for approval. Speaking to that motion, I would first like to say that I really appreciate all the work of administration. This has been a different process than in previous years. It's also probably one of the best processes I've seen that are really seeking that at every aspect alignment with the new strategic plan, which is a whole nother layer to organize it in that way. And there was also new items such as the downloading compilation and the fact that, and I know that it was referenced by Councillor McCallum, we often say it was a tough budget year, but this was a tough budget year. We, as we've discussed before, are facing expenses out of our control and third-party contracts, inflation, and rising interest rates that equated to our status quo budget with some cuts and trimmings along the way being a 12.5% increase to our budget that we're taxing for. And that is, that's hard. I don't think anybody in administration likes to raise taxes. I don't think anybody on council likes to raise taxes. But it is a fact that we are in a constantly evolving and changing world, the circumstances in which we're operating. We have to respond to decisions previously made and holding pat on some costs in prior years does not mean that those costs go away, and we have to deal with them. I am comforted by the fact that this is less than $19 a month for the average homeowner. I don't take that lightly. That's another $20 out of my pocket every month. However, when looking at other municipalities, even though their percentages are smaller, the amounts of the impact on their residents is in the same ballpark. Affordability is a major concern within our community. And I, nor anyone here, takes $20 a month lightly. I do recognize that we do get good value for our dollars. And the amount of programs and services that are able to be provided with the amount that we do tax is probably some of the best value for dollar out of any of the bill that we each have to face on a monthly basis. And so it's not lightly that myself, or I expect others, approach these things. And this is one of those hard decisions that we have to make when we're looking at running the community. And I believe that this is the right decision for the benefit of the community as a whole. So I will support this motion and recommend it to council. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
So before we close the meeting, just we'll confirm that there's 2 additional meetings in council's calendar. Thursday, the December 1st, and next week, Thursday, December 8th, were set aside as finance committee meetings. We'll cancel those, and then the budget will be compiled and brought together for council's formal approval on December 20th. We're
Great.
good with that?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Do we need a motion to any
No.
of that? Okay.
No, and certainly not to cancel them.
Okay. And once we adjourn here, council still has a session around giving some feedback on website development, correct?
Yep, and Ms. Denage has folks ready in the wing, so if you want to take a little break, you just tell us when you'll be ready to go, and those folks are
Okay.
available.
So tell you what, I expect we should take a little bit of a break for washroom. Could we start up again, after we adjourn, can we start up again at 2:35? That's 8 minutes, or do people need more than that?
2:35?
Okay.
Okay.
So I will then move that we adjourn this meeting. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.